What's up, my little nitwitches? How's everybody doing? Put your top chats to what? Live chats. Live chads. What's up, boys? How's it going? How was your 12 hours without me? Hope it was grand. Hope we're doing good. Just waking up in the morning. Gotta thank God. Hell yeah, brother. Today was a good day. Damn, Ray said today was a good day. Let's go. Agreed. Today was fine. Today was decent. No craziness. I got fucking cooked this morning in yoga. Boy! Dude, I took this class that I don't usually take. Yoga Sculpt. And it's like yoga mixed with frickin' weight training stuff. The teacher this morning, Carolyn, bro, she cooked the shit out of us. And the worst part is that the whole time, usually the teacher's like walking around just telling you what to do, and you're like, yeah, whatever. But Carolyn, she's doing what we're doing while telling us what to do. While we're all dying, she's giggling and laughing, making fun of us. Well, not really, but it feels like you're getting made fun of because she's giggling and laughing while you're dying. She's doing the same thing. She's doing the whole workout while goofing. Making us look like a bunch of goofballs. A bunch of fools. A bunch of sweaty-ass fools. But it was good, boys. Felt good. Got fully cooked. Still feel it. Love that. Love the vibe. There's nothing like getting fully cooked in the morning and feeling it for the rest of the day. I'm telling you. All right, dudes. Hey, I want to watch this real quick because this is so good. We're going to watch this 300 times today. Have you seen this girl who does Kamala Harris's impression? Like, I know she's such a sweet person, but I hate her just because of the voice. I know there's nothing wrong with her. She's a great person. I know she is because she's funny as hell, but she's so good at the voice that it makes me recoil. I need a barf bag. Listen to this. This is crazy.
You're insane. You're in pain. I can tell by the context. And clock strikes 12. Midnight arrives. I've had Glock for quite some time. There's a grand prize for the lips to rise. So don't vote Red Harris instead. You're insane. You're in pain. I can tell by the...
Oh, I hate her. Right? No, I'm just kidding. She's awesome. Dude, Kamala Harris, though, listen to this one.
Coconut. I think you just fell out of a coconut tree. Tree, 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 tree. You exist in the context of all in which you live. And what came before you. I think you just fell out of a coconut tree. Tree, 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 tree. You exist in the context of all in which you live. And what came before you. I think you just fell out of a coconut tree.
A coconut tree? It's so good.
I think you just fell out of a coconut tree. Tree, 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 tree. You exist in the context of all in which you live. And what came before you. I think you just fell out of...
Okay, we gotta stop. Knock it off, boys. All right, you ready to feed Squeaks? Here we go. We're gonna feed Squeaks.
Hey, yo, what up?
Hey,
Caught her in the bed, all mumbling, embarrassed, like, whoa.
Everybody got ancestors stuff that they don't mean.
Yeah, but did your aunt do 9/11?
Caught in the bed among mumbling embarrassed like, whoa! Alright, gotta go feed Squeeze.
Don't you know that's how you catch a disease? How dare this woman never practice what she preach? First to throw stones and first to have a glass in reach. It's like she's trying to find herself inside every shattered piece. More plastic surgery ate your real face. Brazilian booty lift, little Debbie, that cake ain't your real cake. You stupid witch! Couldn't even be bothered to even bless me with cousins. Husband left like the lasagna you left in the oven. We all have that one aunt that we all avoid. Always got you clothes when you really just wanted toys. Are you ready, Debbie, Debbie, Debbie Downer? She'll come bring a negativity to every town. Fuck your casseroles, only sheep eat that shepherd's pie. Always an asshole, probably cause you're dead inside. You pray to a lizard god and wonder why life's dark and scary. Celebrating Valentine's Day alone should be called February. It's ironic that my aunt acts just like an insect, ready to fuck up any recipe that piques her Pinterest. Fall from the moon, and then I'll be here to add salt to the wound. She be yelling, get in the car, while I was into some cartoons. Her handler left when she bit more than the hand that fed. Aunt dead, not a beautiful flower, she a planted fed. Time to turn that face Santa red. She knows like a man that did. This Westworld robot probably couldn't even plan ahead. I am on edge, cause my own family backstabbing. But her paper bag face prepared me for future black bag, and won't even act sad. It probably blame me for the fact that happened. I should've just let her get back to the classics of Imagine Dragons. I can't even believe I thought Aunt Deb was a decent lady. FBI and CIA fighting over who gets to keep the baby. Depart from me, you really don't know me, ma'am. I bet Paul's the only one who subscribes to Deb's lonely OnlyFans. Type of heaven's a camp. She tried to get in but can't. No forgiveness. Everybody give a hand for miss. I don't give a damn. When she talks, it's like my mind is getting a cramp. But I'm not even kidding when I'm admitting that they 9/11 my aunt.
Bro, I'm serious though. Next time I go over to her house, I'm not even taking my shoes off when I walk in that shit.
Troubles will be miles away. So again, as in olden days, happy golden days of Paul. Stupid friends who just spy on us would be near to us once again more. Someday soon we all will be together if the fates allow. Until then we'll have to muddle through somehow. So have yourself a merry little Paulmas night. We love you, Paul. We're gonna make you famous, Aunt Deb. All right, hold on. I'm gonna go get my honey water, and then we'll get started.
Oh, geez, Paul, is that some fresh hot chocolate? What a golly thanks.
I'm dreaming of a dark Christmas, just like the Paul we used to know, where the FBI is slipping, only gift is dying victims, but maybe the Unicloud will bring some snow. I'm dreaming of a Paul Christmas, like
tall.
Why don't you just stand as tall as elf ever, Paul?
Biggest chin
Never put
elf.
the pentagram on top of Saturn's tree without you.
Biggest, ugliest elf in Santa's workshop. Bet, dude. Best fucking album title ever, though. This is pretty great. We love you, Tyler Hansen. What's up, dudes? Let's hear this one more time. Y'all ready to get sick?
Context and clock strikes 12. Midnight arrives. I've had Glock for quite some time. There's a grand prize for the lips to rise. So don't vote Red Harris instead. You're insane.
So I'm sure we've all seen this guy at
Hillary came in and she got him red-handed, creeping with the bill next door.
God.
Picture this, they were both butt naked, gagging on the bathroom floor. How could Bill forget he had a marriage with Hillary? All that time, Putin standing there, let's release the files of Epstein. Okay. Hillary came in and she got him red-handed.
Dude, the Kamala laugh at the end is killer. We love it. What was... Oh, dude, I wanted to share... Oh, this is perfect timing, too. 33 Masons in the chat, boys. Listen to this. This kind of perfectly sums up what these Freemasons are doing. This is why... There's varying degrees of this, right? There's the people who put their kids through emotional hell to try and make them stronger. To, you know, fake make them stronger or / more manipulative, right? That's what these Freemasons are really doing. That's why they abuse their kids and shit, right? We're like, why are they all abusing their kids? Well, to them, they think that they're like making them super soldiers. And this kid kind of verbalizes how a little bit. It seems like he wasn't on the super depraved end of the spectrum, but you can imagine that these Freemason families are all on a spectrum of cucked, right? Some of them are doing bad shit, and then some of them are doing really bad shit because they're like, well, this is going to make my kid be like Peter Thiel, and he's going to rule the world. So anyway, listen to this shit. This kind of makes the Freemason stuff make sense in a sick fucking way. But this is what we're up against, dude. Why? And this kid's talking about this shit, and even as he's talking about it, he's like, I'm glad I was raised this way. I can manipulate a whole room if I wanted to. You should, buddy, you shouldn't have been raised that way. It's not a good thing. I mean, I guess so. Getting whatever you want all the time is great, I guess. But even he's like, I can be anyone at the drop of a hat. Okay, so you have no personality. That's what your parents gave you? No authenticity. You are whatever you need to become? All right. That sounds like you're just surviving. You're not living, brother. Anyway, let's listen.
Freemason, and that was such a specific... So I was raised by a Freemason, and that was such a specific way of growing up that I think a lot of people don't understand it until it's explained to them, kind of how real certain conspiracy theories are and like how fake other ones are. But my experience being raised by a Freemason was that basically my entire life was a psyop. There was not a day that went by where I wasn't being psychologically tested, and I was constantly being asked to kind of prove my point and dissect information. And I saw another creator talk about how she was raised by like a member of the military who was really into the occult, and I come from a military family that was really into the occult. And
isn't it so weird? All these military families are into the occult. You look at all these occult weirdos and you're like, why are they all military families? Why is John Benet Ramsey's family, who's probably into occult satanic ritual abuse shit, why are they a military family? Why is Jimmy Beast's family military family? Why is Peter Thiel's family a military family? Huh? There's a lot of them. Isn't Theo Vaughn's family a military family? Everybody, everyone in the music industry, every fucking actor, they're all military families. What is the fuck is going on? And if they aren't military families, for some weird reason, none of them ever have a fucking dad. Obama, where's your dad? Charlie Kirk, where's your dad? Where the fuck is everyone's dad? Mr. Beans, where's your dad? All these fatherless fucking DL men goofing on us. Fatherless. What the fuck? What is up with these goofballs? Yeah, or their dad is Scott Swift, an actual monster Nazi. Exactly. Nazi. Scott Swift, dude, there's no chance that Scott Swift's dad isn't a fucking military family. They all are. Fuck all of the 70s bands. Every one of these bands was literally a military family. They're such losers, dude. Even Flea, isn't he from a military family? I mean, dude, the pattern is written. It's written in the stars.
Something that she said really struck true. It was that she was raised like a geisha. And that's exactly how I've always felt. Like I've always felt this connection like to the geisha and kind of the things that they went through, because I had my father on one side who was hell-bent on teaching me everything that there is to know about history and conversation and manipulation and language and finesse.
Can you imagine that? No, don't learn. These are your 4 most important things. Manipulation. You teach that to a kid? What the fuck is wrong with these people?
Addicts and cultures, like different cultures and different religions. Like, he didn't want me to become like a college graduate. He wanted me to become an excellent conversationalist, because the Freemasons believe that through language and through like the social world, like
manipulation, spell casting, lying, tricking, deceiving people. Oh, the whole band is pedo. That's right. But I mean, I'm pretty sure that Flea for sure's family is military, and I wouldn't doubt if it's all of them. Anthony Kiedis also gives off military family energy, right?
Anything is possible.
Wait,
And
listen
so
to this again.
His perspective. The Freemasons.
He says anything, you can create any reality possible socially.
Through language and through like the social world, like anything is possible. And so his perspective was that I don't care if you graduate college, I care if you're a genius, because if you're a genius, you can get whatever you want in this life.
And dude, you know all of these rich elite Freemason cuck families, they don't let their kids have tablets, phones, none of that shit. They want them to read. They don't give a fuck if they go to school. They want them to be able to communicate in the world and lie to people and trick them and deceive them and know the real history so that they always have a one-up over everyone. That's what they do.
If you graduate college, you can just end up like everybody else. So there was zero like academic pressure in my family in terms of like...
Tells you how important fucking school is, right? Fuck school.
Getting good grades in school. Like, I was homeschooled and they never pulled out like school books for me. That was just not, I don't even know how I learned to read, to tell you the truth, because that was just not important.
Oh, Ariana Grande's family's got to be in the club. Courtney Love's dad literally was in the CIA. She's in the CIA. I mean, dude, it's all of them. How many military? Isn't it so awesome that the military is just so good at making talented kids? Who'd have thunk, man?
They wanted me to be able to sit down with an adult by the age of like 8 years old and have a fully fleshed out conversation where the adult was interested in what I had to say. That was like his main goal. And
it also helps them with, they want you to be never mind.
Accomplish that. I was like, holding multi-layered esoteric conversations with adults, and they would always have this perplexed look. And then to keep in the kind of geisha allegory, my mom...
Yeah, they're good at making damaged kids, exactly.
...was obsessed with my appearance, and she was like constantly critiquing...
Yeah, no, that's... Exactly. Honestly, kind of what I want to teach my kids outside of the lying. Exactly. It's like they know, like they're doing what we should be doing and then adding in the conspiracy aspect. Isn't that funny? But yeah, I'm not, but for sure, like, school is not important. Like, it's all just part of the, I mean, don't get me wrong. Education is important. But our system, like going to college, doing all that shit, everything that they have us doing is a time waster. It's a money suck. It's a time waster. Dude, everything that I use in my life for work, I went to school for 4 years. Every single thing that I do for my job, I learned from YouTube. I didn't learn a single lick of it from fucking school. Not a bit of it. You literally, dude, you could learn anything from the internet and a library. We don't need this shit. I mean, not the way that it's set up currently. Right now, the way it's set up is literally just a time waste, money suck. And you can tell it's not real because the elites don't make their kids do it. It's just a time waster.
And modifying my appearance because she believed that, you know, with what
and school is a way to separate families, just like work is. It's all meant to separate us. It's all meant to give us all anxiety and make us fucking be mad at our family and not see them and, you know, anything to divide. Anything to alienate.
Dad was instilling in me, which was like the mentality, if she could instill in me the ability to appear a certain way, that if they were to combine those two things, they would basically like raise like a super soldier. And that all sounds
Listen to the words he's choosing to use. A super soldier. Who are they fighting against? Their fellow citizens. Who are they manipulating? Us. They're in a literal war against us. And they can be, oh, what's the Freemason bullshit? We're friends everywhere. Like, they can say it in whatever fucking coded language they want, but it's a literal fucking spiritual war against us. That's the words they use with their kids. I'm making you into a super soldier. That's why I'm fucking raping you. Or abusing you. That's why I fucking am awful to you. I'm making you strong so you can be a super soldier and be a sleeper cell to trick the rest of society into doing whatever the fuck we want. And what we want is to fuck our own kids. Eek! Not me, buddy.
crazy to a lot of people, but when you come from a family like this, that's not that crazy. That's just...
That's what I'm saying. None of this shit is... The thing that's keeping everyone from understanding this is that everyone thinks it's crazy until you hear about it enough and you realize exactly how it works. And listen, it's not that crazy when you're indoctrinated into it. I mean, dude, think about this. We know that, whatever, 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, whoever the fuck, right? They were sacrificing people on altars for ritualistic magic reasons. And do we think that all of those lines of people just died out? No! They've taught that shit. They've passed it on down their lineages in an unbroken fucking line since then. They just are smarter now. They know that we don't like when you take our babies and cut their heads off in front of everyone. So they do it behind closed doors now. And then they also were like, oh, we got to get a big old fucking conspiracy going too, so we can gaslight the shit out of these people so they never know that we're still cutting their babies' heads off and drinking their neck blood.
How they operate. And in that way, I'm really glad that I was raised in that environment because, I mean, I didn't want to be like everybody else, you know? So I was glad that I wasn't raised like everyone else, but I lost a lot along the way. Like, I was kind of turned into this, you know, sleeper cell in a way where...
He said sleeper cell. That is what they're making.
When I'm under pressure, when I like need to get what I want, I get it. Like, it's just, I can read body cues like down to the cellular level practically. I can read a room so efficiently and kind of like morph and become anything that I need to be. because that was trained into me. Like, there was so much
A bunch of zesty winter soldiers.
physical and sexual abuse that was not like your typical.
Like, wait, are you saying your family sexually abused you? And you're still like, I'm kind of glad that I was raised this way because I'm special. Dude, that's sad. You don't deserve to be raised this way.
Physical abuse. It was psychological training. It was psychological programming. So there was the intention of getting me to disassociate from my body so that I would not feel afraid of pain and so that I would not feel afraid of consequence.
Great things for a human being to possess. Those are great qualities for a human being to possess.
And
I have no morality and I can't feel pain because I was hurt so bad.
so I could leave the body.
But dude, right? This makes sense. This is exactly what they're doing. And it seems like he's probably on the, lesser side of the spectrum. But just imagine these, like, I think it's like an open sandbox for these Freemason lizards, right? They're all competing with each other slightly while also working with each other. So there's lizards like Peter Thiel who are like, I gotta R-word as many boys as I can. I'm making a lizard army. And then there's people who are like, I'm gonna verbally abuse my son for his whole life, But this unfortunately makes a lot of sense.
And become something.
And dude, it's like I think that like that's how we learn to read people too, is by getting fucking, fucked with by people. You learn how to read people's emotions and their body language by them saying something to you and then lying to you and you catching it or whatever, so it makes sense. So they're just intentionally doing that shit to their own children and being like, where with us, they'll gaslight us, and with them, they're like, no, I'm doing this to make you stronger. Whereas with us, they're like, what do you mean? I'm not hitting you. You're hitting yourself. That kind of stuff.
Else so that I could hollow myself out and then allow something else in to take over and
that sounds like possession, bro. And it sounds like brain splitting.
Feel afraid of pain. Wait. So that I would not. Physical abuse. It was psychological training. It was psychological programming. So there was the intention of getting me to disassociate from my body so that I would not feel afraid of pain and so that I would not feel afraid of consequence. And so I could leave the body and become something else so that I could hollow myself out and then allow something else in to take over.
Walmart Harry Potter looking ass haircut, bro. Zane, chill. This guy's giving us some insight. Don't fucking roast his ass. A young sweaty Peter. Oh my god, you guys are cooking this poor boy. You're gonna create another fucking identity. Stop abusing him. You're gonna make him create another sleeper cell identity.
So it was a lot like spy training. It was a lot like, it was just very mythical, it was, and they believed in that. They believed that like myth has this special ability to kind of pierce into the subconscious mind and affect behavior in a way that
it does. Archetypes, right?
Just telling someone how to do something or, when to do it. It wasn't as effective. Like reading, instruction manuals was not as effective as like hearing a myth and hearing an allegory that described a concept. And so for me in my childhood, like that was used heavily, this kind of language of like, we're raising you to be, like a super soldier or this, we're...
Bro, that's the second time he said that. That's not him just being like, it's kind of like a super soldier. That feels like what he's been told. Why would you use that word? These motherfuckers, the Freemasons are in a literal fucking war against us. It's just a quiet war. And then look at these fucking Mormon types. These are the people that they got goofing on us. Dainty little boys. No offense to this guy, but I'm, like, this is like the Mormon way. This is the Freemason way. Literally, what is the fucking Freemason thing? It's something about friends, right? Like, friends everywhere. I forget what it is. But it's like the Mormon thing. It's like they'll smile to your face and fucking run a knife into your heart from your back. They'll double knife you in the back like Elliott Smith. All with a smile and their hands like this. Freemasons.
Raising you to be, something special, basically, was the idea behind it. And so there was this
You're not special. Hey, guess what, Freemasons? None of you are special, and we're going to take your power away. We're starting to get it. We don't need you to tell us how to do it. Gaia's telling us how to do it. We're going to get control under these fucking egregores soon enough, and y'all are going to vaporize. It's going to suck. It's going to suck.
Presence of constant abuse, and like I said, it wasn't your typical abuse in the form of just, oh, dad's drunk and angry again. No, it was like dad had something that he wanted to teach me, like a lesson that he wanted me to learn, and so he would brutalize me, like strangle me, beat me, slap me until I couldn't see. Like I would.
Tab, you're going to Costa Rica? What, for vacation? Or permanently? Well, dude, where can you actually... Are there any places that are taking American refugees? When does America get refugee status? Is that what you're applying for, refugee status? Dude, that's awesome, though. One of our homies, Tori, she moved to Thailand. We miss her, but that's big on you, dude. To work with Nature Jab and Joe Felt. Nature Jab? That sounds familiar. I'm not sure who that is. So you're going to have a job there? You're not going to have to worry and stress out and shit? That's awesome. Oh, for 3 months? Fuck yeah, dude. That's cool. When are you going? That's exciting. But yeah, I mean, I respect if people want to leave, but me personally, I'm ready to see this shit out. I want to fucking fight these bitches. I'm ready. I want to be part of the problem. I want Paul to try and put me in Guantanamo. Try, Paul. Pussy. What are you gonna do, bitch? Text me back. Dude, Paul still has red messages turned on and he won't text me back. What a coward. Oh, you're going to work with, yeah, that's the kid that makes the plastic or the gas out of plastic. That's cool. Do they not get the CatDad channel? No, Tori's hopped on the stream a couple times. We're just 12 hours different, so I think it's harder for her. But also, I think she's trying to enjoy life and be in the fucking, nature and stuff. But she checks in occasionally. But yeah, the Knit Witches are spreading out their power. But that's awesome, Tab. Have fun. When are you going again, did you say? On the 6th. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. For 3 months. Oh, perfect. Where are you? Indiana or something? So you don't have to deal with any of the winter bullshit? I forget where you said you were. But that's awesome, dude. Have fun. Let us know. I mean, I'll see your TikToks and stuff. That's great, though. Dude, and also scope out the scene on the chemtrails in Costa Rica. Dude, this is global. It's so annoying. Like, how isn't everyone all the time just like, what the fuck? Why are they spraying us? I hate them, dude. Can you guys imagine when we do the downfall of America and like 3 days later the skies are clear? Oh. We see what the fake cuck sun looks like for once. We finally see that hexagon shape. No blurriness covering it up. We fully see that it's the James Webb Telescope. All right, let's finish this Freemason video.
Literally lose vision and lose the ability to hear. And he did that because when I was in that state of being totally like adrenalized, I was very malleable, and he knew that he would be able to cut through into my subconscious and implant messages and ideas there that would help me in the future.
Help you in the future, A, at what cost? B, help you in the future do what? Abuse and manipulate and fucking, I don't know. Like, dude.
Of like,
this is not love. Sorry, buddy. Your dad doesn't love you.
how to socialize, how...
And dude, the fucked up thing is that I really don't think he like fathoms how fucked up this is. He like, it feels like he kind of looks back on it like, hey, I can read a whole room and I can get whatever the fuck I want. That's not great. That sucks. MK Ultra family values. Truly, right? Yeah, tough love, real tough love. Not cool. I don't like it.
To get what I want or get what I needed out of life, you know? And he was extremely well read in like every old religion. Like you could ask him anything.
See what's important, guys?
About the occult, and he would be able to tell you like, you know, when that book was written and why it was written, like what was the social context behind it. And he would constantly make me prove everything that I thought, like any opinion. It was a very intellectually hostile environment. Any opinion that I had, like he ruthlessly debated me on it until I either proved him wrong, in which like were the moments where he would be strangely like proud of me. He was so hostile, but when I could prove him wrong, he was very pleased. So it was this kind of neutral force that he was applying. It wasn't as egoic.
Is Climate Trails that the documentary that's on like Amazon or whatever, but that's done by that one TikTok girl? I'm kind of thrown off by that. Like, there's got to be some angle, right? What are they keeping out of it? Why is Amazon producing it? Is that the movie you're talking about?
Like my mom.
Are you going to play the Aunt Deb song for the fam at Thanksgiving? Yeah, Black Death, you have to.
My mom had a much more egoic approach to debate. Like she didn't like to be wrong, but my dad kind of loved to be wrong. Because it made him feel like
Yeah, MK Ultra Family Values is a t-shirt. That's a really good t-shirt.
I was intelligent. And they were...
Yeah, dude, this dude has murdered at least 2 puppies. I am waiting for him to be like, then my dad made me kill the family dog to make me stronger, and now I'm able to kill any dog and not feel any pain. I'm normal. I don't have any deviant things that I do. I'm not a gimp. I don't like to be kept in a chest with a ball gag in my mouth until my daddy's ready to use me again.
Just that it was surreal.
Like, I'm not convinced that this guy, if he had a kid, wouldn't think that this might be a decent thing to teach him. That's what I mean, you know? Makes me sad. I don't feel the gravity of how fucked up this all is sunk in quite yet.
I wouldn't change it for anything. It was an extremely difficult childhood, but I'm glad that I was raised that way because...
You're glad that your dad was choking you to death? Come on, dude. What the fuck?
I don't know. It just kind of feels like the way that
Like, I understand that his brain is totally fucked from that shit, and I empathize with him a lot. It's just mind-blowing, right? This is what this shit does. It's a loyalty test, dude. Look, even to this day. He's like, I'm glad. Yeah, he seems young, too. Like, this probably stopped happening a year ago. But yeah, I'm glad this kid did that. And, like, I'm not making fun of him or anything. You know what I mean? I'm just, the whole situation's fucked up. I'm glad he made this video. I hope he makes a bunch more. Because this actually puts in, it like verbalizes what we've been wondering. It's just confirmation. And yeah, it's just like we kind of figured. It's like a spectrum. There's real deviant Michael Aquino types. And then there's the nice dads that just choke their sons to death and slap them until they black out.
Are raised, and that's what they really base it off of, is they were like, okay, if we want to raise someone who's exceptional and not like anything that anyone that we know, like we have to kind of look towards exceptional people in the past and the way that they were raised, and they went out of their way to emulate that, like for all the good and all the bad. So I was extremely isolated and abused, but I was also intentionally programmed in those moments to have certain skills and operate through the world in a specific way. That was just my life. It's the only life that I had. So yeah, that's what it was like to grow up with a Freemason dad. So I was raised by...
Is this the only thing he's talked about?
My biggest like conspiracy theory about like how the universe works is that when you're about to have a breakthrough or you're about to hit a next level in life, the universe will send you someone that you're like really attracted to kind of fuck you up a bit. And that person, they will be a representation of what you would have to sacrifice if you were to head in that direction. It can look like you know that you're ready to move to a different country, or you're ready to move to a different city, and then you meet someone and you're like actually ready for it mentally, and then you meet someone who fully embodies like stability where they are, and like even though there's kind of a mutual attraction there and they're kind of like your dream person, you know that they would not move to this other country. And the universe demands sacrifices. Like blood sacrifices are practiced, of course, like all over the world throughout all of history, but they're symbolic a lot of the time as well. Even when they're materially practiced, they're still ceremony that kind of reveals to us the nature of the universe. You're never going to get anything without giving up something else of equal or less.
Do you see? Dude, this is how they think with their sacrifices and shit. Bro, yeah.
Value. Just keep that in mind, like, as you kind of level up in...
He's like, so if you want to get the fucking perfect job, you gotta kill your mom like Kanye West. Ariana Grande, if you want to make it into Wicked with the fucking that one weird chick and have like a weird eating disorder circle with her, Cynthia Eriva, you got to kill Mac Miller. It's just the way, it's just what the universe demands. It's not, it's just what the universe wants, okay? That's just how it works.
Your life, you will be met with people who are sent, not negatively, you don't need to hate them for this because this is just part of the program, so embrace life, but they are there to derail you. That person, giving up that person, moving past that person, that's only going to be the first in a lineup of sacrifices that you will have to make. It will be as painful as a blood sacrifice because your body will be really calling you towards someone that you're extremely attracted to, that you could totally see a future with, or like a group of friends who are just embrace you in this way that feels like something out of a...
Can we get a turtleneck in the Knitwitch General Store? Absolutely, dude.
Sitcom, you know, it's just so loving, and like they're having breakfast at your house before they go to work, and it's so amazing. Like all that stuff will...
Yeah, Peppa, I do want to see it, and I think it's a good thing that it's... I'm just curious, because I'm like, why would Amazon... Like, no matter what, I'm glad that the conversation is happening. But I guess I need to watch it. My worry is that they make it look kooky or something, but I don't know, I like that... That girl's a TikToker, right? That's on it. I feel like I've seen a bunch of her videos. Or is it just like Jeff Bezos kept out us saying that it's the military and that it's aluminum and that they're using the glitter machines to make it?
Be happening, and it'll feel as painful as a blood sacrifice because that's what it's intended.
Yeah, I know, dude. That's what I was literally thinking. Wow, it looks like he should be able to converse himself into a more impressive career than UPS. Yeah, dude. Why aren't you a CEO? Your dad didn't abuse you for you to fucking work at a shipping center.
And if you can sacrifice that, if you can give that up and you can let it go.
But, yeah, so Freemasons do not fear death. But that's the thing, though, that I feel like they're so on the other end of the spectrum where I don't think you need to do what they're doing to get the same benefits or powers as them. You could get the same thing with the truth, I think. You know? But this is why I think, personally... The way that they do it removes you from having the power and it gives the person who teaches it to you all of your power. Look, it's a loyalty test. It's this kid is always going to do whatever daddy wants. He didn't learn this stuff on his own. He didn't learn this stuff by getting enlightened and shit and fucking putting in the work. He did it because his daddy abused the fuck out of him and made him do a loyalty test. So now all of his power... like working at the shipping center, all belongs to his daddy. And that's what they want. They want a hierarchy system. They don't want decentralized power and information spread around. They don't want people understanding this. So they got to teach it to you through your root chakra and your daddy's dick.
What's on the other side is 10 times better, but it's very hard to see that in the moment. My biggest conspiracy.
Well, okay, guys, if you want anything in this world, kill your mother. That is what the Freemason is telling us. Oh, dude, this was good. Oh. Well.
Why is Larry Ellison trying to buy Warner Brothers Discovery? He just bought Paramount. Why does he want media companies? Why would he? He wants to hang out with movie stars? No. He has a fucking ego problem? What does he do now? He runs the largest data storage and processing company? Why? Well, before founding his company called Oracle, he worked on a project for the CIA called Oracle, where he was paid to build a database for the government. And so he probably has and knows how to get data on all of us. Good. I don't get how this is all somehow connected. You just said it's connected, so you must know. He also wants mass surveillance. He said citizens will be on their best behavior because we'll be recording and reporting everything that's going on. And he also said the government should consolidate all of the national data and feed it to AI. And all of this is connected how? I don't really know. It's in your head. You just have to find it. What does this have to do with owning an entertainment company? You already said it's connected. Just tell me how. Well, his data centers are the ones that OpenAI, the company behind ChatGPT, relies on. And if he owns the data centers, no matter what AI company pulls ahead, he'll have control over where it's all stored. So he's put himself in a position that even when the AI bubble bursts, he'll succeed no matter what. And so he's buying media companies so that he can create AI-generated content. Good. But what if no one watches it? You think he hasn't thought of that? The TikTok deal?
Bro, this is why 100% why they're slipping weird AI content into your shit all the time is because they're reading all the comments, seeing who's fucking going AI, and figuring out how to fix it from there. They're slipping in little AI videos of whale cleanings or whatever the fuck, right? Spaceships flying into space. Cleaning barnacles off of shit. Like, all that stuff is training their AI to create fake content for us 24/7, dude.
He's reported to be that leader of the group of investors making a bid to buy TikTok. More, well, he also has the data to do hyper-targeting so that people get a tailored algorithm of AI content. And so it's about control. He wants to control the information we get through AI, the media we see. It won't be entertainment though, will it? It will be propaganda that looks like entertainment. Good. And so while everyone's focusing on what the administration's doing, Larry Ellison is quietly building this empire.
What?
The worst kings are quiet. Why is Larry Ellison trying to buy Warner Brothers Discovery? He just bought Paramount. Why does he want media companies? Why would he? He wants to hang out with movie stars?
Bro, I wish that Larry Ellison, just walking down the street one day, his head would just fall off. I don't want anyone to do anything to him. I just want his head to come unscrewed like Frankenstein's and just fall over. But I don't want anyone to cause that. I just mean, like, just randomly, serendipitously, one day, just, you know what I mean? Who's butthurt about boofing? Oh, you would get butthurt if you don't boof correctly. A player getting arrested on court gambling kept getting sent to me. It's so AI. Yeah, dude. I want Larry Ellison to get stung by a beetle. Chill with the insults. Who? Am I missing stuff? Oh, someone's being a cuck. I didn't see what they were saying.
Let's talk about the Epstein files. Big Epstein leak full of hilarious and criminal, okay, not at all hilarious stuff like CSA stuff. Basically, it seems like Epstein had a bunch of shit on everyone, but Donald Trump especially. Donald Trump really likes the kids. Like, I think the best one, which I have to lead with obviously, is I'm not going to search for blowjob on my stream while showing you what shows up, just in case. So Epstein, I don't know which one it is, I don't give a fuck to be honest. I'm going to say both. He claimed someone had photos of Donald Trump engaging in the sexual act known as fellation.
What was Muse calling people low IQ for? Yeah, you got put in a timeout, Muse. Come back with a better attitude. I'm low IQ as fuck. What are you saying about me? I'm dumb as hell. You think we recognize those Mensa scores around here? Mensa, IQ. Dude, one time in Vanderpump Rules, Tom Schwartz was being a fucking cuck to his wife, Katie. And he goes, "Oh, Katie, you're so annoying. I I don't even like hearing your voice. You have such a low EQ, it's insane. It's like talking to a toddler. Fucking idiot. Isn't that ironic? That's actual irony, right? Saying someone's dumb while being dumb. EQ, what, an equalizer? They got a low equalizer? What do you mean? I don't know.
With a man named Bubba. Bizarre Epstein.
No, I haven't actually searched Teal. We should do that. Wait, where do you get the emails? It's literally a Google Drive? What, is it under text? Oh my god, what the fuck? You have to go through each thing? Oh my goodness. What is this shit? There's not a better way to look at all this? They're goofing us again. Does anyone have a good link? Search emails courier. The courier version is easier to search. Courier Newsroom. This? Oh, here we go. We created a searchable Epstein repository. I mean, database. Where? You just click this? Search documents? What do I search here? Oh. Let's go. Peter Thiel. Wait, this is like an article. From Jeffrey Epstein to Peter Thiel. December, visit me, Caribbean. Ah! Can't, wait. Are you enjoying LA? This is Jeffrey to Peter. Are you enjoying LA? I liked your Trump exaggerations, not lies. Please note, the information contained in this communication is confidential. What? Are you enjoying LA? Can't complain thus far. December, visit me, Caribbean. To Jeffrey from Richard Kahn. Peter Thiel, Trump advisor, has a backup country, New Zealand. Peter Thiel, Trump advisor, has a backup country, New Zealand. Confirming that Peter Thiel is a lizard who lives in New Zealand, and so does Jeffrey Epstein. To Peter Thiel. Would be cool to meet him. Any interest in Woody Allen? Would be cool to meet him sometime, but don't go out of the way to make this happen. Are we planning something this weekend on the 13th/14th? 13th afternoon, you and I, then Bill Burns, the diplomat, spelled diplomats stupid, eyeing dinner with Woody all casual. If you choose, we can bring in Kathy Rumler, former Obama counsel for 5 years, and or Senator Bob Kerrey, former Senate Intelligence. Lizards. Bro, Jeffrey Epstein got a lot of emails with Peter Thiel. What's going on here? Oh, wait, reread this one. Wait, reread that one. Trump could tap tech entrepreneur Peter Thiel for Germany job. Interesting. Thiel coming. I never want to see that written ever. Thiel's not coming near me, that's for sure. Ugh. Oh my goodness. What Saudi-Iran talks could mean for Lebanon and the region. Anyway. I love that. Come to Island, December. Come to Caribbean, December. Do it, puss.
Files reference to Trump, Putin, and oral sex with Bubba draws scrutiny in Congress. Now, apparently Bubba is Bill Clinton's nickname. So, I just want you to think about that. Just have a minute here while I stare deeply into your eyes. Okay, so Jeff.
So, it is well known that Bill Clinton's nickname is Bubba, right? This isn't pulled out of everyone's ass, is it? Like, where's the confirmation that Bubba is Bill Clinton? Is it in the emails?
Jeffrey Epstein sent an email to his brother Mark. His brother asked Jeffrey if Putin has the photos of Trump blowing Bubba, being what people suspect is Bill Clinton. Hold on, because I think I saw an article about, like, Jeffrey Epstein's brother coming forward. Oh my god, this is a hilarious title. Trump did not perform sex act on Clinton, insists Epstein's brother. What a headline. I love that they're having to publish stuff like this. This is insane. Like, I'm going to show you stuff here as well that pretty much confirms the obscene influence Jeffrey Epstein had over politicians the world over. Just soon enough, but this is, like, more than enough already, right? So what did the brother say? Oh, he didn't actually deny that there was oral sex, that Trump gave oral sex to a male of some description. What he said was that Bubba did not refer to Clinton specifically.
Bullshit.
Some of the emails, Epstein claimed that Mr. Trump knew about the girls and offered to show reported photos of Donald and girls in bikinis in my kitchen. Interesting.
No, I mean, I'm looking there. It is well known that Bill Clinton's nickname is Bubba. People call him Bubba. Mark Epstein is also, I'm never listening to that guy. He's a fucking sex trafficker. He's just trying to, his brother's dead, supposedly. He's just playing cleanup for his besties, the Clintons. He probably sucked Bubba too.
In another email, Epstein also said, I believe that he was the only person who can bring down Trump. I wonder who killed him. I'd say it was probably a Clinton-Trump collaboration, and that might have been when the Bubba incident occurred. So after Trump split, Epstein said he could take him down. Jeffrey Epstein cast himself as a Trump insider and wanted to leverage potentially damaging information about the president and his business dealings, according to email to associates. So Trump does seem like the most compromised guy. Maybe we're all just focusing on him because he's Trump. There was also emails between like Epstein and some like German biologist, where the biologist was talking to Epstein like about how he wanted to genetically engineer blacks to be smarter. Like the global elite are literally talking about this sort of shit behind closed doors all the fucking time. Shit.
Oh, that one comedian, I forget his name. Yeah. He showed, he theorized that Bubba could be code for BB as well. Trump always treats BB so perfectly. Yeah. I think he's in love with Bill and BB. Yeah, BB went to MIT for architecture. Now he destroys buildings. Isn't that awesome?
Like that. There was another email chain where Epstein talked about like having been involved in the planning of regime change in Slovenia before it happened and then it happened. Or was it Slovakia? It's the same thing. So Epstein sent an email. By the way, it's fucking crazy that Epstein was sending these emails in just like a regular old Gmail account, given how easy it is for like the feds to get a hold of that. So he's talking about how like
To me, it just proves that he was never worried because he is a Fed. He's a Fed. These people aren't stupid. They just don't care.
Who is, hold on, Miro Lajčák, Slovakian politician, former Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Slovak Republic. Okay. In the email, in the 15th of March.
Honestly, dude, I don't care. I 100% believe and know in my core that Trump blew Bill Clinton, and just like what Cheese said, or no, it's not Cheese. Who is it? Slim Charles. Slim Charles says, if it's a lie, we fight on that lie. Trump blew Bubba Bill Clinton. I know that in my core, and I will not back down from that. And at the very least, he blew a horse. And honestly, I think it's both. I don't think it's either or. It's and. It's yes. Did Trump blow a horse or Bill Clinton? Yes. Exactly. He did.
18. Epstein says his government will fall this week as planned. And then apparently 6 hours after that, the government fell. So,
Wait. What?
He's talking about how... So, Epstein sent an email. By the way, it's fucking crazy that Epstein was sending these emails in just like a regular old Gmail account, given how easy it is for like the feds to get a hold of that. So he's talking about how like, who is, hold on, Miro Lajčák, Slovakian politician, former Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Slovak Republic. Okay. In the email, in the 15th of March, 2018, Epstein says his government will fall this week as planned. And then apparently 6 hours after that, the government...
As planned? His government will fall this week as planned! ! Smiley face. Dude.
Fell. So,
like, dude, there's so much. It's so over. Like, why are we still doing shit? Dude, no one is gonna ever stop going to work. They love it. We love being piggies, dude. We love being cows. We love it. We don't want to have free will. We don't. We want to be caged.
That's an interesting thing to see. And if you're thinking this is like out there, this is like a conspiracy theory, the most insane thing that I've seen about this so far is apparently there's linked Epstein, there's like subpoenaed Epstein texts as well. And I believe it was the Washington Post took these texts between Epstein and a sitting...
Life in the sim is complicated.
Democratic Party politician during like a House committee hearing or something. And they time-stamped the text with the recording of the House committee hearing, and they straight up showed that Epstein was talking to her and telling her directly what to say the whole time. So his control and influence goes so far beyond everything that everyone else, even honestly beyond what I thought, but
Barack Obama.
Also beyond what others like liberals have been desperately trying to claim this whole time. Like ContraPoints, for example, was claiming, because, you know, she's friends with Hillary Clinton and the Clinton family, as we know, that Epstein was a pedophile, but only for himself, right? He didn't traffic kids to anyone else. Or
it wasn't for Hillary. Shut up.
Even adults. Even if he was trafficking adults, that would be horrible as well. But she claimed that no one else was involved in...
Oh, they're ancient Saturn cults. They worship Sirius too. Wait, is Sirius the one that doesn't move? Is that the Northern Star? Is that the one that's always in the center? No, that's not Sirius. Wait, Sirius is one of the planets in the Orion Belt? 54 watching, 22 likes. Paul. Come on, guys. We got to get it up to Freemason levels. If it doesn't hit 33 in the next 5 minutes, I'm ending stream. Like that stream. Like that show if you like it. But it's okay. Honestly, there might be 35 people that don't like it and they're just hate watching. How many feds do you think they do have in here? I usually think it's like 1 or 2. They're just monitoring. Probably trying to stir us into calling for, I don't know, riots or something. Trying to catch us slipping. Trying to get us to talk about eating exclusively carnivore diet.
And that side of him.
I'm just playing. I'm just playing. Do not start talking about carnivore diet or I will end stream. I'm gonna live like that Freemason dad, and I'm gonna threaten and abuse everyone just to make everyone stronger.
And the politics and the finance stuff separate. I seriously doubt that, because otherwise, how the fuck could this have happened? Like, just watch this video.
This was when Barack Obama was president
So, text from Jeffrey Epstein from 1 minute before what you're seeing right now. Are you chewing?
of the United States.
Dr. State, Democratic senator, or whatever the fuck this is, a congresswoman. No, she's a congresswoman, okay. Looks at her phone. A minute after this text was sent.
We were once driving through a struggling neighborhood in Chicago.
At this very moment, when she looks up from her phone, a text is sent to Jeffrey Epstein saying, not anymore.
Commented that only black...
He's clearly watching the live feed and...
This is crazy. Wait, so he was in... Oh, he's in the Virgin Islands. And she's in D.C. Wait. No, that doesn't make sense. He must be in L.A. 7:42. It's 10:40 there. 10:42. Bro!
Telling her what
he literally said, "Are you chewing?" and stop chewing. Oh, she's from the Virgin Islands. That's right, because he like owns the Virgin Islands. Wait, this is crazy.
How the fuck could this have happened? No one else was involved in that side
Is she still a person? Is she still a congressperson?
of him. She claimed that, like, he kept the pedophilia and the politics and the finance stuff separate. I seriously doubt that, because otherwise, how the fuck...
Oh, we're at 32 likes. We got to get over 33. 1 minute left.
How could this have happened? Like, just watch this video.
This was when Barack Obama was president
So, text from Jeffrey Epstein from 1 minute before what you're seeing right now. Are you chewing?
of the United States.
Dr. State, Democratic senator, or whatever the fuck this is, a congresswoman. No, she's a congresswoman, okay.
Like, dude, taking text messages live from Jeffrey Epstein in 2019? That's just crazy, bro.
To her phone. A minute after this text was sent.
We were once driving through a struggling neighborhood in Chicago.
At this very moment, when she looks up from her phone, a text is sent to Jeffrey Epstein saying, not anymore.
Commented that only black
He's clearly watching the live feed and telling her what to say.
people could live that way. Attorney-client privilege, yes, I will turn it over.
You, as my friend Mr. Meadows pointed out...
So Cohen, that's this was a hearing about with like Trump's lawyer. I believe at this time, like, Epstein had turned against Trump, so he was like trying to like guide people against him. Epstein sends her a text saying, talk about Rona. She looks at her phone, clearly reading the text.
What's Rona?
Today, in a written submission that contradicted your testimony. You have
She sends him a text asking who Rona is.
suggested you were going to review that. Did you review? Are you going to review it in our next break to correct the record, yes or no?
Yes.
Question.
She sends his follow-up text.
Quick, I'm up next! Quick, I'm up next! Tell me what to say! Dude, oh my god, this is how all politics works. I'm telling you, brother. Actor. Oh my god. Wait, this is in there? What the fuck? Dude!
Tell me what you're talking about.
And you helped out the president's campaign, or were involved in the campaign as a representative,
Quick, I'm up next. Is that an acronym?
spokesman, even in your words today. It was your idea.
That's his assistant.
Epstein says that's his assistant, Trump's assistant, I guess. Or maybe Cohen's assistant, not sure which.
For the campaign dating back to 2011. Is that accurate, yes or no?
Yes.
Mr. Weisenberg and other individuals, Ms. Rona. Who are those individuals? Are they with the Trump organization?
They
and
are.
Are there other people that we should be meeting with?
So, Alan Weisselberg is the chief financial officer.
You got to quickly give us as many names as you can so we can get to them.
Yes, ma'am.
Is Miss Rona, what is Miss Rona's position?
Rona Graff is Mr. Trump's executive assistant.
And would she be able to corroborate many of the statements that you've made here?
Yes, her office is directly next to his.
Epstein, 2 minutes later, sends her a text saying, good work.
And she's involved in a lot.
Wow, right? Wow. The guy with the secret pedophile island and the plane that Billy Clinton and Noam Chomsky and Trump and all these other people flew on regularly to his secret.
Dude, doing this on Gmail is wild. This is wild. Not even using what's it called? Signal.
Pedophile island directly seems to like have absurd power and influence.
It's real life interactive TV. This is crazy, dude. So funny. Holy shit. Bro, and the best part, where's this from? None of these fucking, like, dude, the only people that I see doing literally any journalism are YouTubers and TikTokers. There's no more, they don't even, it's just random people figuring this shit out at this point. That's awesome.
Over sitting politicians, something that Noam Chomsky, as we went over in the previous video, that it might be the future video. If you're watching this on my channel, I might have released this one before the Chomsky one. But Chomsky, noted himself that he was very impressed with Epstein's ability to influence people and get connections with people in higher places. I wonder how he got those things. Wonder if it was kids. So, yep, this is crazy, especially because this stuff is just the tip of the iceberg. Like, this is just what they want to release. Like, I think they feel pressured into releasing this. I think it was like a vote in Congress that got some of this released. There's still like 95% of the files that are yet to be released. Many of the files are still redacted. Yeah. This is like a carefully chosen selection. If they were already this bad and
very carefully
this incriminating, like saying stuff like Donald Trump gives blowjob, like talking about Trump hanging out with kids in bikinis and stuff like that. Imagine what else there is in the files they did not release. Those who believed that there was like a secret pedophile cabal controlling Western governments, they weren't that far off. It's just that it wasn't just the Democrats, it's the Republicans as well. Another, like, it's kind of weird nowadays that, I mean, it's not weird at all, honestly, but the like out and out crazed conspiracy theorists who believe everything, their worldview is closer to the actual reality of the situation than the liberal worldview is. It's always been like that, but now it's even more obvious that like the shit that's like really behind the scenes is coming out now, probably for the first time ever, honestly. Because if you think this is just now, if you think this is just Epstein, if you think there's not other instances of this sort of thing happening now and throughout history, I think you're a bit naive, and the only reason that we don't typically know about it,
bro, there's thousands of Epsteins. He's just a handler. Did you see him handling that broad?
Is because it hasn't been forced out into the open like how this stuff has. Part of it, why this can happen is the internet. Pressure from the internet. People can read stuff more. They can get angry at stuff more. You know, the mainstream media doesn't control dissemination or like the right to dissent openly anymore. You know, your voice can be heard and you can read what's being released, find what's being released way more easily. So the global elite are in new territory with this dastardly thing called social media. And that's why we're finding out about this stuff now. I wonder what happened in the past that we don't know about and what's happening right now and what will happen in the future. Because this shit, honestly, conspiracy theorists, huge W. Huge big W. Dead.
Bro.
Aliens are real now. Anything's possible.
Huge W, conspiracy realists. Let's go. Let's fucking go, boys. Oh, Ryan's talking. Time is flying by.
I'm gonna do the whole talking head thing.
Let's go, Ryan. What do you got? What are you spitting, brother?
That's what I realized because I was on a call with a friend, and then the call ended, and then it just went right to the YouTube video I had playing from the channel Awaken Now, and I realized like we're all just like talking heads, like we're just saying whatever the hell is just coming to us in that moment. And even if you like,
yeah, I mean, I think that they're giving us breadcrumbs, right? Like the whole Virgin Islands are already cooked because we knew Jeffrey Epstein owned the governor there. I think the attorney general there. Remember the only place there was Oh yeah, the Attorney General from the Virgin Islands, I feel like, submitted a lawsuit against Epstein, and then they fired her, right? So like us finding out about, like, as you know, as brazen, like, it's great to see it, I think, because it just proves the conspiracy. But yeah, I mean, I think that lady too was like a Democrat, so it's like they're very selective with who's getting burnt right now. It's that fucking, like, Michael Wolff, that that journalist, Trump. Like, they're definitely selecting who they're burning right now, and it's not like all the Republicans and all the Democrats. It's just like Chuck Schumer, is on there, little diddler.
Like prepare a speech, you still had to just think of it in the moment at some point. Like, literally everything we say is just coming to us. It's like on a conveyor belt. But I guess I could talk about what I've been learning recently. And notes on faith and...
Dude, yeah, I know. I keep seeing that on Instagram and shit. And YouTube, bro. They're propagating actual Hitler speeches translating to English. Oh, and they're doing it wrong? What are they writing it like? Oh, guys, I just want to give you some of that hopey, changey shit. I know you love that. We're not going to fuck with the Jews. Is it super out of context? When I saw that, I was like, there's no way that this is a literal translation.
Metaphysical reality. I do feel the urge to kind of slow down a little bit, and I feel some resistance to that.
I feel that, brother.
As if I need to keep your attention. Or as if I need to say the right thing or look the right way.
I feel that sometimes, brother.
And it feels good to kind of bring these things out and say what I'm experiencing.
Yeah, bro. I struggle with that too sometimes, buddy.
I feel a little nervous and anxious.
Yeah.
I feel a little shy.
Dude, you know who he reminds me of? Hudson. Doesn't he look just like Hudson?
I feel like I'm not my best self right now. No. I'm still here anyway.
Nah, brother, you're good.
And that's the thing I'm doing different.
Honestly, none of us are our best selves. We're always striving to be better, right?
Because I'm being forced to kind of hold myself to...
Wait, they're changing Hitler's speeches to glorify capitalism more with a working class twist too? It's nonsense? Oh my god.
I think I'm getting a call on my phone. Forced to hold myself. Like, if I'm in a vulnerable place, I showed up and I'm just talking to my camera.
You can always improve the casserole. Bars and Dev.
And that's the funny thing is, in my videos, I always did feel like it doesn't have to be anything in particular. I always had that feeling whenever I would record my videos. It's like, oh, it doesn't matter what it is. Like, it doesn't matter what I say or what happens, or it was just all about capturing the moment.
I feel that, brother. Well, that's what I'm trying to envision more. Doesn't really matter. I'm always like panicking before, if I don't have a thumbnail up by like 3:30, just know that I'm panicking and I'm going, what am I going to theme today's show? Oh my god, I'm a hack. I have nothing to talk about. But now I'm trying to let go and let source, be like, the boys just want to hang. We're going to hang and we're going to have fun and we'll figure it out no matter what. It's about the vibes. Sometimes you just got to let go, right?
And holding that moment. And kind of being with the energy of that moment and its peculiarities. And to really try to get out of this mindset of good and bad or ugly and beautiful, or right and wrong. Apologies. And you would be surprised sometimes what will come about when you just show up. When you...
That's what I'm saying, dude. What have I been saying? Anytime that I'm like, oh, I can't stream, I don't want to stream, I go, if I just start, I'll be fine. Sometimes you just got to show up. I used, in the early days of yoga, I used to be like exhausted and I'd be like, oh my God, I don't want to go. But then I'd go, every time I go there, I do end up having fun. Now I never have that problem. I literally hop out of bed and I'm like, gotta go to yoga. Because I know if I show up, yoga's going to show out, you know? Yoga's a grower and a shower. But yeah, sometimes you just got to show up.
Aren't confident, when you don't feel like your best self.
Smile.
What could come about?
Smile until you're happy.
What could who are we to act like we can predict spontaneity? Like we can predict the little unexpected details of every single day that you experience. The surprise run-ins with people.
Yeah. That's what I always look forward to too. I'm like, when I go outside, I usually run into something fun, or I get inspired to make a fucking video about the chemtrails, or I used to see Panda. Dude, I've gone to the other deli 3 times. 3 times. German or American. Would never do this. That's what Germans do. Even though this looks lamer, this is definitely cooler. Fuck Germans, right? I've gone to that other deli 3 times. You know what they've said 3 times? Oh, I think he's in the basement. What the fuck do I care? Open the door and get him up here. I'm not convinced. And then I'm joking with the guy at my deli. He goes, oh, did you go see your boyfriend yet? I was like, bro, I went there 3 times, and each time they keep saying that he's in the fucking basement. He goes, maybe they ate him. I said, dude, fuck you. He said, maybe they ate him. You haven't seen him. So now I don't know. Now I am like, did they fucking kill him and they won't tell me? They would never do that. Well, they wouldn't be having this much fun goofing with me. Anyway, but yeah.
And it's funny that most of our chance encounters, if not all of our chance encounters, involve other people or animals.
If you don't know who Panda is, he's the cat that's at my deli, but my deli moved him to a different deli. For what? They said he's coming back. They said he's only going to be gone a week. That was like 3 months ago. I'm literally going to go steal their cat. The lady that runs the charity that I got Winky from. Oh, wait. This is a tangent off a tangent. Okay, wait. The lady that runs the charity that I got Winky from, she took one of their cats because they kept letting it go out, and it was like 6 blocks away from the deli in a fucking trash can, and it was missing for like 4 days. So she fucking yoinked that cat. She was like, he won't stay at the deli. I don't think it's safe. I'm taking this cat. But anyway, I texted her because I was asking her, I need to replenish the straw in my outside kitties' homes. And I was like, where do you get straw? Because the place, I'm not finding it anywhere in New York, and I'm not getting it from fucking Amazon for like $30 for a bale of hay. And she's like, oh, I've got some. Just come over and get it. And also, Winky doesn't have fucking cancer. She goes, I forgot to text you. She doesn't have cancer. And I said, I figured, I kind of suspected that. She doesn't act like it, and we've been transmuting that. And, she was like, yeah. And I was like, oh, and I figured if she had cancer, you'd probably fucking text me back, too. But, yeah, no, she's cancer-free. And then she's like, okay, so, you know, she was on hospice, so you either got to adopt her or I got to put her up for adoption. Which is it going to be? I was like, bro, she's not going anywhere. What are you talking about? She said, I figured. But because Winky right now, she's technically on hospice because she's got terminal cancer, which... So if anything happened, like when I took her to the vet, I didn't have to pay for it. The charity does. But so basically she's saying I'm getting kicked off of her health care, which is fine. But watch, Winky's going to be one of my problem children now. The second that she doesn't have health care, she's going to need like a $10,000 surgery. But yeah, so we are, I thought we were already officially, I thought I was already the parent of Winky, but now it's going to be official, and she don't have cancer, just like we've been saying. Ha ha. Lymphoma be damned.
Every once in a while.
No thumbnail necessary. I'd still be here. All right, thanks, Milo. That's what I'm talking about.
Maybe a tsunami or an earthquake. But for the most part, anything novel, anything new is coming from a human or an animal or a plant. Maybe you see a flower.
Dude, stop, Ryan. No. Creature said remote view Panda. I do believe that I have remote viewed Panda. I would know if Panda died. I would feel it in my heart. He's not dead. He's definitely over there, but I just don't know those guys. The next time I go, I'm going to be like, I need you to open the door and let me call him because he'll come up. I don't give a fuck if he's in the basement. He will come if you let me click. Dude, the second, if I go instant, there's Panda. Unless he's sleeping really hard. I'll go tomorrow again. But don't say that. I know this trick. Panda died. They're looking for a convincing Panda replacement. That's blasphemy, Ryan. And they would never. I would know instantly. He has the cutest little white spot on his, like, hip. I would know. There's no way that they would be smart enough to put that spot there. And, dude, if he didn't know me, I would know it's not him. Dude, he fucking loves me. There'll be people in there that go and see him all the time too, and he'll literally walk away from them. He walks away from everyone to come see me. I give him that good scratch. So I would know instantly. But yeah, it's the best. Anytime I walk into the deli, he'd always, whoever's petting him, he'd walk away from him.
You've never seen before.
Well, yeah.
Maybe you see...
Panda was an expert at rodent control. That is why they said they moved him over there. They said that Chip Cat wasn't doing her job, so they moved Panda. And I was like, okay, but why don't you just get another cat that... Like, dude, your chances of getting a cat and it not catching mice is like 50-50. Get another cat. Now my store's got fucking rats? If there's not a cat there, I'm not going to be eating there. He'll distract the deli guys. Yeah, we'll find Panda this weekend. I don't think you'll need to distract. I'm just going to finally be like, okay, I've been over here a bunch of times. Manny says that he's over here. I need to see him, otherwise I'm calling the CPS. Yeah. I need a welfare check.
Someone's eyes, and they're a shade of color you've never seen before. Or you hear someone's voice, and it's a voice unlike any you've heard before.
What is this, a breathing strip?
You're alone, and you trip on a fire hydrant. There's still a human involved to be tripping. Because if it was just a fire hydrant, nothing would have happened at all. Lately, I've been experiencing a lack of faith, which is very unusual for me. And it wasn't
Cat Protective Services, exactly.
that I don't believe in God. It's that any idea I've ever had of God is disappearing, and all I'm left with is this vast, indescribable, non-existent essence. This, and it's not that it doesn't exist, it's that it has non-existent qualities. It's a different type of existing. And like, what am I going to say, that this void, this expanse is God? Well, how do I explain the intelligence from which my experiences arise? I would have to assume that the space itself is the intelligence that creates the form, that creates the language, that creates the meaning and variety and multiplicity. It's like the form and the world and my emotions and my thoughts are made of clay, and the non-existent awareness, or God, or whatever the hell it is, shapes and gives life to the clay. It's like that one Aurora music video when there's a bunch of statues and she's kind of this like fiery element, and at the end she touches one of the statues, and then the statue comes to life and starts moving, and then it touches the next statue, and then that statue comes to life and starts moving until they're all dancing. And it was all because of that fiery spark of the first touch from Aurora on the statue.
Yeah, we gotta vibe each other up.
But it is also in this emptiness that I found peace. And in listening to the words of the guru, I've had many mentors or people that I view as kind of a guru mentor figure in my life. Many of them I've never even met, and a couple I have. But one of my most recent ones that I listened to is named Bhagavan Josiah on YouTube. And his words, he speaks a lot from...
Yeah, I think he is wearing a suit coat.
Basically just enlightened point of view, as well as Eastern philosophies and language. But I would say that he talks about emptiness and nothing, and how everything disappears and nothing gives everlasting love and satisfaction and peace. And it's like everything in your life is always changing. And there's only one thing in my life that has never changed. Only one. Everything else has changed. Where I've been, everything I've experienced.
Yeah, this is for sure his dad's blazer.
The colors, the sensations, the emotions, the thoughts, the intellectual capacity. It's all changed except one thing. Only one has stayed the same. And it's nothing.
He looks like me in court.
Nothing is something. It's just a different type of something. And this nothing has never went anywhere. It's always been here. And this is what gives you, I want to say safety, because what is safety? Safety is when you feel like something will stay the same. Like when a girl tells you, oh, I just want to feel safe with you. What she's saying is she doesn't want to have to worry that you're just going to disappear randomly. That's what makes her feel safe. That's what safety is when, like, if people are afraid of dying because everything's changing. Nothing's staying the same. Nothing is staying the same. See? Nothing stays the same. It's in this nothingness that I also believe maintains the quality of awareness. I think this awareness and the quote-unquote nothingness is this...
Well, silence does serve as the foundation for which all creativity... What's the quote? An artist respects the silence. It serves the foundation.
Yeah, you suck. How dare you? Anybody know who you are? Maybe everybody else wants to enjoy the peace and quiet. This is one of the most important places in all of North America. Who are you? Who are you? You miserable, presumptuous, no talent. You're no artist. An artist respects the silence. It serves as the foundation of creativity. You obviously don't have the talent. You don't have enough respect for yourself or other people, or what it is to express yourself.
I love him running out of breath at the end of his rants. You flat! You flat, sucker! You flat! He might be my best accent ever, dude.
Same essence. The same half of the duality.
I say you flat almost every day to my family when they annoy me. He should be on our new tee. Oh my god. This is one of the most important places in North America. Oh man.
And I don't think non-duality is about saying that there is no duality. It's about the place where the duality is one. There is a duality, it exists. But there is a place where they are one, which is everywhere. So in a sense, there is no duality. How funny is it? And people will be like, oh, sitting on your porch, yo, you think too much, man. You're stressing yourself out. You need to go get out in the world. You need to go move. That's just one half of the duality talking to the other.
Oh, burn! Duality burn, bitch. Yeah, maybe you should think a little more on your porch. You fucking non-thinking bum. You frickin' bum, sucker. You're a no-thinking loser, sucker. A no brain having loser.
You talking to yourself. But yeah.
Oh.
Anyway, what he says is to find peace, to stop trying to hold on to things. Anything you can hold on to is going to change. Stop lying to yourself and acting like something's going to last forever. And what you should do is just appreciate it while it's here.
All I want to do is just
And you should
chain
never be
smoke
afraid of
cigs with
anything.
Ryan. Ryan's not ripping a stogie in this one.
I think this guy's gonna start chopping down a tree right here. So, might be a little too noisy.
Come on, brother, rip a bogue. Yeah, cigarette party. Rip a bogey, brother. No, this is a perfect time for Ryan to be having this kind of... He's not having an existential crisis. Everybody else is. I think Ryan's like 22 or something. He's young.
Hope you're all doing good. It's good to
Vibes
sync up.
immaculate with Ryan.
Another thing you can do is a practice called the inner smile. Because something Bhagavan Josiah says is he will never allow anything or anybody to come in between him and his happiness. And I think when he says happiness, what he's really saying is
his peace.
Like the positive charge that you can maintain on your own.
Yeah.
Like when you value yourself enough, you won't let external things you won't give more power to something. You don't give power to anything. There is no power. Like you're just letting go. You're not getting stuck And honestly, he says a lot of this stuff a lot better than I do. I feel like I'm kind of more of a different type of character than he is. He's more of like a proper guru archetype. I'm kind of like the fool hero, sometimes jester.
Hell yeah.
Sometimes king.
Ooh!
I really do think the king archetype might be the way forward. I just had a crazy realization. Oh my goodness.
Spit it.
What on earth? I just had a crazy realization. Sometimes when you like realize something, you just feel it like echo through your whole body and like your whole being.
Yeah, I love that.
I do think the king archetype is the way forward. And it's something that I've been called to so much. Something that I keep seeing synchronicities and like recurring things around the king. And what the king is kind of the balance point. A proper true king archetype is from 6th dimensional awareness, channeling from 12. And they're kind of at a balance point. But the masculine expression, I guess a king should be, I think, able to fluctuate as needed. So he could sometimes step down to 4 in the feminine, 5 balance, like heart center area. And then when he needs to, go up to his 3rd eye and get in 6th dimensional masculine expression. I think I was kind of in my 5th for most of this.
What are you doing?
And then when I had the king realization, I stepped into the 6th. But it is cool how you can just channel like totally different energies and everything. I think something that is funny about purpose is there's really no need for purpose. Like the universe doesn't need purpose. It just is as it is. But as a human, I feel like having a purpose, even if it's not necessarily needed, it could be created to seem like it's needed and to really truly serve a good purpose and in a way that positively affects yourself and the collective consciousness. But that's the funny thing is you're just doing it for fun. Like even if you're healing the collective consciousness, even if you're playing some archetype that you've fallen in love with, even if you're playing some character or anything you enjoy about yourself, about your expression, it's like it's not needed. Like the universe is whole, it's complete, it's like it doesn't need us to do anything. It doesn't need it, but it could be fun. It could be fun to be something, even if it's not needed. You could even tell yourself how important it is and put yourself in a situation where it feels really important, and that would just make it more fun. But you have to be detached at the same time so that you don't forget who you are, so that you don't forget that you don't need to do anything. And you never did. That part of yourself.
True.
But I reckon,
bro, if you would have asked me what Aunt Deb smoked, I literally would have said a Virginia Slim. Here, I'll raise it because I know it's a Virginia Slim Menthol 100. Yeah, dude, that's exactly what Aunt Deb smokes.
man. Oh, I was gonna say, guys, I'm not smoking a cigarette in this video, and guess why?
He cut the wacky tobacco?
Guess why?
You quit.
Because I quit. That's right. After all this time, I did it.
Let's go, Ryan.
I quit cigarettes. I might make a video about smoking. I don't know. But
let's go, Ryan.
I didn't even think about it until now. 20 minutes in. But yeah, I want to start showing up more. Even like in this video, for example, like I just kind of just started recording, and I know I say that often, but it really, you just sometimes in life, it doesn't have to be YouTube. Like sometimes you just have to show up. Like you don't feel like you're ready, but you just do it anyway. You don't need to be ready. You don't have time to be a perfectionist. We don't have time to waste in this life. This is a quick life. That's something I've been feeling recently. It feels like time is flying by. We don't have time to waste being perfectionist, trying to get every little detail right. If that's what you enjoy, go ahead. But if it's stopping you from doing the things that are a part of you, then fuck it, like just do it anyway. Like you don't need to be ready, you don't need to be perfect, you don't need to be the most skilled, you don't need to be, you don't have to start out as Da Vinci. Like Rome was not built in a day. All the greats, they doubted themselves, they had their times, and they just kept doing what they do, and eventually they created beautiful things. And what is the mark of a memorable person is creation that they create. What did they create? And if not something directly, like who are they? And as an effect,
dude, they used to make Virginia Slim 100s. My mom used to smoke that shit. And my Aunt Jill. They definitely used to. What, they don't make them now?
who did they create themselves to be? What did the soul create as a personality for that person? It's always some kind of creation. That's all we're doing. And it has no point at all. It's totally meaningless, but not in a bad way. It doesn't have to be in a bad way. We do it for the love of it, for the love of the game. Do it for the love of the game. Be that type of person. Because anybody who's ever created beautiful things, I feel like they were always just in it for the love of the game. Whatever kind of art it was or whatever it was, they weren't doing it thinking they're gonna, oh, one day, George Washington wasn't thinking, oh, one day.
Yeah, Ryan is Lisan Al-Gaib.
People are gonna remember George Washington. Fucking Jesus probably wasn't even thinking, oh, one day people are gonna remember Jesus and make a whole religion about it. Buddha probably didn't think they made Buddhism. Like, they were just doing it for the love of the game. They were present in the moment. They showed up, and they allowed themselves to be open and receiving to the experiences that they can experience. It doesn't matter if you believe it's from God, or if it's from your higher self, or if it's totally meaningless and random and impossible and abstract and scientific and fucked up and philosophical. It doesn't matter what you believe. What matters is how are you living and how are you showing up for yourself? How are you proving to yourself your own beauty and showing yourself your own beauty? You don't need to prove it. You just need to see it. You need to express it. You need to feel it. You don't need to, you want to. Everybody wants to feel their own beauty. Everybody wants to feel their own love. Everybody wants to feel their own happiness. Everyone wants to feel their own bliss. Everybody wants that. And it's up to you to give it to yourself. Nobody's going to show up and save you. It's up to you to give it to yourself.
Word, dude.
And you're already being saved. It's already here for you. Everything. Everything's already here for you. How beautiful is that? And it's all you have to do is just open up and let go and be with it. Don't judge it. Don't try to figure out what is it. Don't say, oh, it's this color instead of this color. Oh, I thought God would feel different. I thought I would get sucked up into the sky and turn into an...
Wait, bro, are fucking cigarettes $10 to $11 like everywhere now? When I stopped smoking cigarettes, they were like 13, 15 bucks a pack in the city here.
White,
and that was like probably like 6 or 7 years ago.
Right.
I miss cigs though. You know what I like doing whenever there's people smoking on the street, or if they're like walking in front of me, I'd be ripping that cig. I'd be like, oh damn. It's kind of gross because I know I'm breathing in your air, but worth it. Just gives you a little taste of that cig.
Don't have it.
Cigarettes are $13 in Florida. Holy fuckaroni. 13 bucks in Minnesota too? Used to be like 7, yeah. That's crazy, dog. Whoa, what the fuck? You all be smoking cigs? LOL. Who? I want to smoke cigs sometimes on shrooms. Nice. I never had that craving, actually.
Expectations. Don't judge it. I don't know why my camera looks so weird right now. And also...
I love that. And also, click. We love Ryan. All right, what is this video?
In 1975, I walked Bob Dylan up on stage.
It's true. Why is he there? Why did he need to walk Bob Dylan? Oh, he dapped up fucking Bob Dylan.
In 1975, I walked Bob Dylan up on stage.
That's crazy. This guy's like 70 years old. Yeah, dude, SIGs were the best. SIGs were a break. They were a reward. Oh my goodness. Cigarettes are the best, right? We're bringing smoking back. Yeah. You motherfrickers gonna know how to act. Yeah. Yeah. Just exist, bro. All right, we love fucking Ryan. Is the sun conscious? Definitely. What is this?
Then we might expect conscious.
You mother flippers don't know how to act. Yeah. Y'all don't know how to act. And also, you probably don't even know where your fucking children are. Where are they? Tell me right now. Are they at the Cosmic Ripple? Let me know if you wanna go to the Cosmic Ripple with me. Obsidian, selenite, charging plate, copper sigil, energy grid. Hand is not in frick included. Please stop asking, but you get the cool charging plate, and Skitter made it all with her frickin' hands. Isn't it great? It is. Guess what? There's also a pyramid. Take a look at this one. Organite piece pyramid, and the fingers are not included because they're attached to her hand. Copper, tensor, quartz, labradorite, and lepidolite. Oh my goodness, look at the color scheme here, boys. Isn't this pretty? Hand wrapped by Skitter. Don't look at her cute little thumbs, because you don't get them with the pyramid. You just get the pyramid and everything inside of it. All right, boys, thank you for your support. At the Skitter store. Beep, 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 beep. One love, peace, and love. And here we go. Oh, yeah, wait. Let's watch me calling Trump not gay. Here, we aren't false advertisers either. Someone said, oh, CatDad's just out here. What did they say? I'm just rage baiting. I'm lying for view. Anything for views. That's what they said. Because what did I say yesterday? Jeffrey Epstein is Satoshi Nakamoto? Yeah, you gotta bring him in with something hot and spicy. But we discussed it for a minute. And I wouldn't be surprised either. But also, here we go. Look, no false advertising. We are going to talk about Trump not being gay.
Blue.
Hey, I'm a really...
Okay, so either Trump blew Bill Clinton or he blew a horse. Question, do you think this is the right time for Trump to be looking at a parade of beautiful fucking stacked horses And also they're trying, okay, so Trump is totally not gay, right? He did not suck Bill Clinton's cock. He did not suck a horse cock, okay?
He did not.
But does this look like something a straight man would do? Do you think a straight man would ever order a 50-horse brigade and then hang out with all these flags, all this pageantry, all this spectacle? All this broing out with his bro, who he totally does not suck his donger either. He doesn't put MBS's penis.
Like, dude, it is very odd that they're flying the Saudi flag literally everywhere, correct? Is that not weird?
In his mouth. That guy is the Bonesaw Man. He would never suck off Bonesaw. This is a straight man. This is a straight man in...
Yeah, that is true. I mean, you're right. I will do anything for views. We pop the top. Hell yeah.
front of his gold painted...
We gotta use what our mama gave us.
Fucking Home Depot $40 decor. Look at this. This is a straight man. Why is he touching that dude so much? Huh? Why is he moving like that? Don't do that. I wouldn't be doing this right now, Trump. We all know. And this guy, he's a...
Dude, I should have said, he just did the Elon thing. Bro, what the fuck was that? Was his... Dude, he's like, what's her face? Miss Cratchit or whatever the fuck at the end of Harry Potter when she's being... when it's just her flesh, but the snake is inside of her. What's the snake's name? What's the lady's name? Y'all know who I'm talking about. He's just a flesh suit being controlled by a boa constrictor right now.
Fucking mute. Can this guy speak? Have you ever heard him speak? He's... They're so gay together. Oh my god, dude. I don't touch my bros that much. Let's just...
Also don't really have any bros anymore, but that's okay.
Watch this over and over for a second. Watch.
Although maybe I would be touching them if I loved them as much as MBS and Trump love each other.
He's like, oh, come here. I can't wait to get naked with you after this. It's going to be so fun. We're not gay, but we're going to do some weird shit, me and you, buddy. But yeah, anyway, boys, just wanted to say our president, not gay. This is not gay. Nothing he does is gay. Also, why are they flying the fucking Saudi flag everywhere? That feels kind of odd. Are they about to take over all of America? Have they already done it? I'm not sure what's going on here. Anyway, just Freemason. They're not gay, guys. They're Freemasons. It's different. Okay, so...
They're not gay. That's another good shirt, honestly. They're not gay, they're just Freemasons. We crack ourselves up, boys. Look, I posted this video on TikTok. Look, it gets 1 view and instantly muted. I peeled it, nothing. Boys, I feel like we get special treatment on TikTok, and it's starting to anger me. Alright, Flesh Simulator did a video about the Las Vegas shooting is the strangest event in the last 20 years. I personally suspect that the Las Vegas shooting was actually like a mob shooting between the Saudi Arabian families and the actual mob that runs Las Vegas. I'm Freemasonophobic too. Me too, dude. It's okay to be Freemasonophobic. Yeah. It's not cool to be racist or any of that shit, but you can be racist against Freemasons for sure. Not like act racist towards them, but like, yeah, Freemasonophobia. It's not okay to do a racism to Freemasons. The 1 view was Peter Thiel. Dude, I'm saying for sure. Ian Carroll did a good Vegas shooting video, but from before he was viral. Huh. I would check it out. I love Ian Carroll. MDE TV. Is that Sam Hyde shit? No! Flesh Sims fucking around with Sam Hyde? What the fuck? Oh no!
The last episode, we went through the lead up to the shooting, as well as Paddock's murky past. Let's get into the shooting itself. 61 dead, 867 wounded, 413 wounded by gunfire.
That's so crazy.
1,058 rounds.
Dude, literally he killed almost 100 people, one person supposedly, from a window. And like, I feel like they were just like, whatever.
Fired. Paddock officially brought 24 guns, 14 AR-15s, all from...
Yeah, dude, what the fuck? Flesh Simulator's fucking with the Nazi Sam Hyde? He's literally a fucking, Himmler clone.
High-end brands, Daniel Defense, LMT, stuff like that, as well as 8 AR-10s, 1 Ruger bolt-action rifle, and then 1 Smith & Wesson revolver with which he shot himself. Now, of those 1,058 rounds, 1,049 were 5.56 millimeter.
I have loved Flesh Sim, but I don't like that he's fucking with Sam Hyde. That's weird to me.
Rounds fired from 12 of the 14 AR-15s. 8 were 308 rounds fired from 2 of the 8 AR-10s. The final round was a 38 from the revolver. First of all, let's take a look at the casualty count here. We have 413 injured by gunfire. We have 61 killed by gunfire for a total of 474. Now, he fired 1,057 rounds, accounting for the one round. However, if you look at the incident report, 200 of those 1,057 rounds were allegedly shot through his hotel room door at security guard Jesus Campos, who we'll be touching on a little bit later.
So, like, 200 rounds hit, like, they all hit their target? He, like, didn't miss? Okay. I'm gonna go get a boot.
So that leaves 857 sent downrange. Right off the bat, what we have is 474 people shot by 857 bullets. Now, working out the math on that, that is a bare minimum accuracy percentage of 55% hits. This would be difficult to achieve in a crowded room, let alone 500 yards away with a goddamn AR, firing full auto or effective full auto. Actually, in fact, due to the distance, significant compensations needed to be made to the bullet trajectory. The yellow note found on the nightstand in the hotel room contained these values. I might add, it did not include any of the calculations required to get there, just the end values written down. Now, this doesn't automatically mean someone came in and was like, yeah, set the optics to this number. But, Paddock may just have been good at mental math, but it's still weird. Likewise, the body cam footage inside the room is exceptionally weird. So, I'm going to go through a couple of weird points about this, but first of all, in multiple locations throughout the suite, there are stacks of AK magazines clearly visible. There are, however, no AK platform rifles.
There's a whole suitcase full of loaded AK mags.
Was this like, you think this was like a gun purchasing thing that went awry? And Stephen Paddock was like the gun runner or something?
if the whole reason for the bizarre switching guns instead of reloading thing was to avoid reloading, why would he just have a shit ton of magazines for a totally different kind of gun that don't even take the same type of ammo? Next, you can clearly hear one of the officers call out to another one over the radio that, hey, yeah, no, the window's not broken. Like, you know, yeah, we don't have an open window, we don't have a broken window.
Faces the left floor. Here, facing the left floor, we do not have a broken window. Good copy. It looks like you might have another room that has a broken window that also faces the left floor, off that north end. There's a little bit of movement unknown if it's going to be the curtains or not. I'm going to be working to get a better eye on it. It's right here. We are facing north. We are facing north. Just confirming that is you guys that's in the broken window that faces the left floor. We are facing the left floor. We do not have a broken window.
Which is extremely strange considering that, as I mentioned before, it was a 200-pound hurricane window that did not open. So
you think it's a gambling debt ritual?
Those first two are fairly odd, but the next two are legitimately extremely fucking strange.
Yeah, I thought that me and Flesh Sim would be friends, but I don't like that he fucks with Sam Hyde.
So in second place, we have this segment right here where they go into the bedroom and look at this censored spot on the bed. Which turns out to be a folder. Now, there's actually a frame or two of this where you can kind of see what's in there, and shout out to Sickest Bitter for pointing this out, but it looks like a passport of some kind as well as a note of some sort taped to the inside of it. Inside the folder, though, like, as soon as they start flipping through it, it's completely censored on video. So whatever the fuck was in there, they really did not want people to see. As well, when they began to flip through it, the audio cuts out completely.
It looks like that name I gave you shares an address with the suspect. We can give you that address if you if we need to send units there. What is?
Cuckery afoot.
Now, what's odd with this is that while the green folder is pictured and listed in the LVMPD incident report, the manila one, the one that has the, passport and note and whatever God knows else in it, that one isn't listed, and it's also not shown in any of the pictures, which, in my opinion, kind of calls into question the validity of any of the photos of the crime scene if, they're removing items from it before they take pictures of it. Also, there's a lot of questions floating around with the FBI FOIA documents about, why are there so many sets of fingerprints in the room? The answer to that is this little bit right here. Just picking up the evidence without gloves on.
Crazy.
But I digress. Finally, this is the big one. So, Paddock...
I'm convinced no cop has ever done an actual investigation in America ever. CSI, all that shit is a trick. It's to make you think that any of these people have ever done an investigation. They have not.
Supposedly fired 1,058 rounds, right? Or, 1,057, accounting for the revolver shot. It's more than 1,050. So look at this body cam footage, right? What do you see considerably fewer than 1,050 of?
Shells.
Shell casings. According to the incident report, the suite had 1,058 shell casings in it. This was just sort of taken for granted until June of this year when the body cam footage of Levi Hancock came out and showed something closer to maybe 50 shell casings. So what was the deal with that? So whatever happened, it wasn't in 32, 135, or 134, the two adjoining suites Paddock had. There's no fucking shell casings. There's no smoke after breaking into the room. There's no smoke detector going off until the door gets breached.
Breach.
Preach, preach, preach. More like bitch, bitch, bitch.
And crucially, there is no giant pile of shell casings on the floor, nor an open window or broken window out of which to shoot. Several of the small handful of shell casings that were in the room also were clearly ejected into the pool of blood around Paddock's body. While the ARs shown in the body cam footage do in fact have 100 round mags, you can see them, these big long extended banana things. The .issue with that is, in addition to all the aforementioned environmental issues with the room just not appearing the way that a room you just fired over 1,000 rounds of 5.56 inside would look, like, the other big thing is that, most of the rifles that were used did not even have sights. They had no optic, they had no iron sight. And the ones that did have sights were just using a standard EOTech. Remember, this is being fired into a crowd 500 yards away with a accuracy hit rate of above 50%, with no sights. So, from the sounds of it, when the hotel was searched, what we have is a missing M249, a missing M240 Bravo, and what sure does appear to be missing other shooters. So I think it's safe to say that we can agree that whatever happened with this event was something was up. Now, I wish I could say that this is where the weirdness ends.
Yeah, right? I mean, it said fucking Sam Hyde. Bro, no. $1 Million Extreme? These guys freak me the fuck out, and they're all a bunch of Nazis. What, do you have to, like, buy their fucking bullshit to watch his series? Damn. Where is it? I don't even see it. Oh, it's this. Yeah, can't watch it. Good, we wouldn't watch it anyway. Fuck you, Sam Hyde. Damn, did you guys hear that? Oh, 5 minutes ago. Let's watch this before he deletes it.
We are going to be looking at some
it's here.
disturbing videos, strange and odd news stories, and as always, let's go and get right into today's video. So make no mistake about it, we definitely have a lot to talk about in today's video. For example, for a third time in a row, something strange has been seen on NASA's live feed, to the point they had to take down the feed. But is there an agenda at play here? Of course. And then something that was supposed to be stripped from the big beautiful bill has now surprisingly returned. But before we go ahead and get into any of that, let's go ahead and talk about this doozy. This was published by Variety yesterday. Other news agencies are talking about this, but the United Kingdom declines to publicly release the data of how many people passed away from the C-19 jab. But why? I thought the jab was safe and FDA approved. Why won't you release the data?
5 out of 5 burp. Let's go, dude. Y'all heard that?
The article continues to say
that burp was 33 decibels.
Facts, the United Kingdom Health Security Agency has declined to publish data mapping the C-19 jab doses to how many people passed away, citing several concerns, including that releasing the information could cause public distress or anger among bereaved relatives. That's interesting. What does that sound like to you? That really sets off a lot of red flags that a lot of people passed away from this as opposed to a few. The article goes on to say that according to a cross-party group of MPs and peers who called for its release on an anonymized basis, the data has been provided to pharmaceutical companies. Campaign group Us For Them sought the anonymized data for 2 years through Freedom of Information laws, but the Information Commissioner ultimately upheld UKHSA's decision not to release it. And that's the thing, even when it comes to FOIA requests here in the States, they can fail, and if they do, you do not get your money back. But this is still useful to show that they are indeed hiding something, and they are. The UKHSA argued that publishing the data could lead to misinformation and have an adverse impact on jab uptake, while also citing privacy concerns, saying there was a risk of identifying individuals. Why does this sound awfully familiar to the files, releasing the files? They said they don't want to do so because it may jeopardize identifying victims. We don't want to go ahead and release jab data because it'll identify individuals. They are such sick and evil, twisted people. I cannot believe they're using the old Jeffrey playbook as to why they're not releasing the jab to pass away ratio. I mean, they should have just said, we're not releasing the data because of swamp gas, weather balloons, and glitches. Other news articles are saying that if this data gets out, it will jeopardize the well-being and mental health of the families and friends of those who passed. Oh, these people, it's so bad. It's so bad they would go with that excuse. A part of me also feels that they're not releasing this data because the so-called powers that be have another big event planned for the future, where once again they're going to want people to get jabbed, and releasing this data could compromise that. And that might not be too far off. Reading from another article, it says this group again requested this information, but the government health body argued that publishing the data could lead to misinformation that would have an adverse impact on jab uptake by the public. Them being secretive about it just makes it look even worse, because in my mind, if they have to hide it, it must be really bad. I'm talking about possibly millions. I wouldn't doubt it whatsoever. And for some companies, it's always been in the name.
What's quite interesting. So, in Latin, AstraZeneca. You ready?
And does anybody remember this? This video comes from Tea with Pravi. And what's crazy is that she made this video yesterday, one day before this news came out.
I remember when they were offering burger meals, concert tickets, Krispy Kreme donuts, even lottery cash prizes for you to get a jab. They were like, the country literally said you could get a shot and a snack. Okay, they were like, you can get this whole 5G upgrade and a whole meal. Can you imagine? That was my first red flag. I was really side-eyeing it. Like, why do y'all have to market the meds? Like, if it's for the betterment of your overall health, like, why aren't people running to get it? Because really, we didn't know what was going in our bodies. And they were really out here just like, yeah, you can get a burger, a drink, and fries. You can even supersize it. We might even give you 2 meals. And people were going crazy like it was a Popeye chicken sandwich. And then shortly thereafter, they had the monkeypox, and they were like, oh my gosh, look at people's skin. It had people terrified. All of a sudden, they were like, yeah, go to this drive-thru and you could get another jab. And then shortly thereafter, everything just disappeared, and you never really heard about it again. Now, this is all for entertainment purposes. I can't confirm or deny any of this. I'm just making jokes. But isn't that just interesting? They really were out here like, yeah, you can get a whole meal. You can get some donuts. You can get lottery tickets. Marketing the meds. A wild time to be alive.
So yesterday on my other channel, Seconds of Horror, I had posted this video clip I had taken a couple...
I didn't want to get the Pfizer vaccine until Travis Kelce made it look cool. For sure, dude.
Couple nights ago, this orange thing was flying over my city. It was not a drone I've ever seen before. It does not look like a plane, and it definitely wasn't a star. It was flying across the sky at a lower altitude. And so I asked people, have you seen something like this? And surprisingly, a lot of you have. And I said it's interesting because my location is right next to a power plant. And a lot of you said that perhaps this is something coming from the government. And I don't take that off the table one bit. Yes, this could be some kind of entity. Then I think of the very advanced technologies they have that we are not aware of. And then I saw this very interesting video from Glamham 2.0, which shows a bunch of orbs over lithium deposits.
Hey, it's Glamham. Just a little recap of this rather impressive UAP seen over the Salton Sea on November 13th. I did an extended video of this in my last post, but it really does warrant a recap because what's interesting is the person who recorded this, Angel O, said they were located on the southeast side of the Salton Sea. They had hovered over the water and then began teleporting. I did go to take a look at flight activity. And wouldn't you know, at the exact same time was a military Super Hercules flying in an incredibly dynamic nature. Look at the variances in height and speed. Was it just routine training of a very skilled pilot, or could there have been some engagement with the UAP? Or could the UAP be some clandestine technology? And by the way, I'm sure it's just a coincidence, but the Salton Sea was recently announced to have one of the largest supplies of a certain element. I reported recently that NASA had been flying around the Salton Sea and actually has a base there. But then my account did get banned at 300,000 followers, so anything further on this I will definitely be posting on a treasure map where X marks the spot.
Wait,
see you in the comments.
Did Glamham lose another account, or she's talking about the original one?
Take care.
So I definitely wouldn't doubt one bit that these orange orbs are some kind of bizarre technology, and they are being seen more and more. So you want to hear something disturbing? Yesterday it had come out that the state of Illinois had rolled out the digital ID.
Illinoisans will be able to add their driver's license or state ID directly to their Apple Wallet. That means that your ID now lives securely in the same place that you already tap to pay for groceries, present a boarding pass for a flight, or enter a concert.
Now, this one will not be mandatory like it is in other countries, not yet anyway, but after warning many people, not just myself, but others like people over in the United Kingdom, warning others just how bad the digital ID will be, including loss of freedoms and so forth, apparently it is so popular over in Illinois that anybody else trying to download and sign up are getting a busy message. Now, this may just be a bogus article trying to hype people up into getting the digital ID, but I don't think so. If you remember back during the jab and the C-19, just how many people had gotten the jab even before they were threatened with the loss of their job just because it was the right thing to do, just because of convenience. And this is what we're seeing here, that people will find this to be very convenient and they'll get it. Continue to read this article from 5 Chicago. It says, beginning at 7 a.m. Wednesday, the Illinois Secretary of State rolled out digital IDs for Apple users, giving residents the opportunity to add their Illinois driver's license onto their phones for use at airports, restaurants, and bars. Again, very convenient. About 2 hours later, messages started popping up on phones saying the service was down due to high demand. The message then gives users the option to be notified when it becomes available. The Secretary of State was quoted as saying, given the excitement, there is a high volume of interest in the Illinois mobile ID program, the statement said. Apple has established a virtual queuing system to notify Illinoisians when they can add their driver's license or state ID to their Apple Wallet. And apparently Samsung and Google phones are expected to be added by early next year. This would be absolutely crazy if this were indeed true and they're just not gaslighting us about how popular this happens to be. And I just feel like this is a soft launch to see how many people will get the digital ID, how many people they can convince before they go ahead and make it mandatory and force people to do it. They'll have people out here saying, well, see, I've had it on my phone for quite some time. Nothing's happened to me. Everything's been very convenient. I have not lost my data. So I see no problem with it being mandatory. But looking this up further, it also seems like other states have digital IDs as well. Mississippi, New York, Virginia, Arkansas, Iowa, and the list goes on. When I clicked on the Mississippi digital ID, these were the first 3 reviews to pop up, all 5-star, and you can tell these are bots. Very easy and convenient, and not to mention, if you don't have any identification on you, this is a must-have app. So do yourself a favor and get it now. It will save you in the long run. This app is easy to use and very convenient. As long as you have your phone, you'll always have your ID. This is so awesome, easy to set up, and very convenient when I forgot my wallet and or ID. And that is the word, convenience, and that's how they're going to get a lot of people on board before they go ahead and make it mandatory, before they go ahead and say, well, before you can go ahead and get a job, before you can go ahead and buy, sell, before you can even go online, you need to have a digital ID. So again, what we're seeing now with all these states rolling this out is just a soft launch. But moving on, here's something interesting, and I had to make sure this was true because this is absolutely mind-blowing. Now, before the big, beautiful bill passed along and was approved, there was something in the bill that really upset.
Dude, look at that neckussy. Yuck! Get it the fuck away from my head. Look at that thing. Bro, he's got some fucking beef curtains. He's got chin beef, dude. Not that there's anything wrong with some beef curtains, but it is kind of odd when it's coming off your neck. As a totally straight man. Just saying.
That really upset a lot of people was the fact that there would be no regulations.
Yeah, what a nussy, dude.
On AI for 10.
Arby's neck. Get the fuck out of here, money funny gang. Arby's neck, bro. What the hell did Arby's do to you?
Years, and so it was removed from the bill, and then the bill was passed. Well, reading this article from The Verge that was published on November 19th, other news agencies are talking about this as well. This article is titled, "Here's the Trump Executive Order That Would Ban State AI Laws." The article goes on to say that President Donald Trump is considering signing an executive order as soon as Friday that would give the federal government unilateral power over regulating artificial intelligence, including the creation of an AI litigation task force overseen by the Attorney General, whose sole responsibility shall be to challenge state AI laws. This is pretty big indeed, and I just wonder what news came out yesterday that quote-unquote coincidentally distracted people away from this news. I just wonder...
We'll all grow old one day. No, see, it's okay. We don't make fun of that in normal people. It's just in fascists. I honestly love a nussy. I think that it's beautiful. But on Trump? I don't know, is it working for him? I don't think so. I think he should style it a little better.
Indeed. The article goes on to say that according to a draft of the order of...
Do you think he grabs himself by the nussy? Oh my god. Dude, can you just imagine him just...
by The Verge.
I get that, but normal people are still affected. Yeah. Okay, fine. We'll stop making fun of his appearance for now.
The task force would be able to sue states whose laws are deemed to obstruct the growth of the AI industry, citing California's recent laws on AI safety and the
roast beef curtain collar.
catastrophic risk, and a Colorado law that prevents algorithmic discrimination. The task force will occasionally consult with a group of White
We tried. We lasted 14 seconds.
House special advisors, including David Sachs, billionaire venture capitalist and the special advisor for AI and crypto. In recent days, Trump has repeatedly posted his desire to have a state AI law moratorium and reiterated it on Wednesday during his appearance at the U.S. Saudi Investment Forum, which is not surprising one bit because the Saudis have a big investment in AI in the United States. The Saudis pledged $20 billion to build data centers and partnerships with major U.S. tech firms. This includes investments from the Saudi-backed company Humane, very interesting name, which is collaborating with companies like AMD and has agreements to supply AI supercomputers from NVIDIA, which is interesting because we just had news come out that Peter the Reptile Veal removed all his investments from NVIDIA. So you have all...
Dude, I love Minutes of Horror so much.
All these countries and individuals building data centers within the United States that are just wrecking the lands to the point that individuals' bills are going up. But you have them investing heavily into AI, so of course they're not going to have any state laws or regulations interfering with that. The pushback I'm seeing when it comes to arguing against no regulations on AI is the fact that people are saying, well, we have to have no regulations in order to keep up with other countries, and that's the scam. When they're having you believe we're in some kind of AI race, when in actuality they're all in this together, and have you worried that we have to outdo other countries when it comes to AI, they're releasing things that are making you lose your grip on reality. They're releasing things that will take people's jobs and so forth. They're releasing things to heavily scan, collect data, and monitor people, while again, at the same time, they have you convinced that we need this in order to outpace other countries. Now, of course, the state can still challenge whatever comes up, but I mean, let's see how far that goes. This is even wild that this is a thing in the first place, given the fact that, again, it was stripped from the big, beautiful bill.
Say, like, in the long term, where will things end up? Long term, I don't know what long term is. Maybe it's 10, 20 years, something like that. For me, that's long term. My prediction is that work will be optional. Optional.
But we will melt all of the people who choose to not, who opt out. And everyone else will have Neuralink. And we will suck your... Never mind.
So...
We'll take that.
Yeah. I mean, it'll be like playing sports or a video game or something like that. If you want to work, in the same way, like you can go to the...
Wait, did he just say if you want to work, it'll be like esports and video games? What he really means is OnlyFans. It'll be like OnlyFans. It'll be like the 1,000,000 credit episode of Black Mirror.
The store and just buy...
Oh, God! Bubba Def squirted on his nussy? Don't paint a picture that vivid. No, now I'm just imagining cream running off of it. Fuck! Oh, banished. Bunny put Skidder on a 30-minute timeout.
Some vegetables, or you could grow vegetables in your backyard. It's much harder to grow vegetables in your backyard, but some people still do it because they like growing vegetables. That will be what work is like, optional. My guess is, if you go out long enough, assuming there's a continued improvement in AI and robotics, which this...
Dude, how does anyone... There's no one who actually has confidence in this man, right? It's all a goof on us.
Seems likely. The money will stop being relevant at some point in the future. Currency becomes irrelevant. But AI and humanoid robots will actually eliminate poverty. And Tesla won't be the only one that makes them. I think Tesla will pioneer this, but there will be many other companies that make humanoid robots. But there is only basically one way to make everyone wealthy, and that is AI and robotics. Say, like, in the long term...
Some people are out there saying, well, that's great. I'd rather not have a 9-to-5. I can spend more time with my family and so forth. But think about this.
Bro, do you think these lizards are going to let you have free time? No, they're saying work will be optional and everyone else is going to be put in a fucking Matrix pod. Dude, oh... Horsey sauce. Dude, I would eat horsey sauce off of Trump's nussy. Honestly, people talk mad shit about Arby's. I'd fuck with Arby's over a lot of places. Now, who's leaving? Then I cut the Nitwitch gang in half. I just parted the Red Sea. Everyone goes, oh, there it is. We've been waiting for it to drop. What's the big secret about CatDad? He would eat Arby's willingly? Fuck yeah, dude. I kind of love Arby's. Their curly fries are incredible. I mean, here, I also do it. My grandma used to take me to Arby's when I was little, and we'd always go and get a Jamocha shake. I don't know why it's called that. And curly fries. And, dude, the Arby's sauce and the horsey sauce is unfuckwithable, dude. It's so good. The sandwiches pretty much haven't changed. Very simple. You love Arby's? Fuck yeah, dude. Let's go. Arby's rules, dude. Yeah, Arby's sliders. I've never had anything but their roast beef, but oh no, what I used to love was their onion petals, dude. My best friend growing up turned into being a fucking asshole like all of my buddies end up being. Except for Ian and Ryan, but he worked at Arby's, so, and you know, Arby's has always kind of been the expensive place, even back in the day. And when we were in high school, he got 50% discount, and so anytime we'd go in there, we'd get like 4 fucking things of onion petals, and it'd be like $6 because of his discount. And I'd get like 20 of those fucking. What did they have? Chipotle ranch or something? Oh, dude. And house like 4 whole onions to yourself, deep fried. Cookout rules. Dude, I wish there was a cookout around. You're a roast beef boy? I mean, I would fuck with. I mean, at Arby's? Hell yeah. I had their gyros and cheesesteaks. The cheesesteak was mid. Yeah, I mean, you can't really. I don't get too creative at Arby's. I know they have the meats. They got the beef. They got a beautiful beef curtain sandwich, and I don't fuck with like all the nonsense. I usually just get a straight roast beef. I don't need the fucking cheese. Cause really, all the Arby's all the sandwiches. Really is a transportation device for the horsey sauce and the Arby's sauce, which I switch each bite or each sandwich, but usually each bite. Horsey sauce, Arby's sauce. They have a big menu, but you gotta fucking hone in, dude. You gotta focus. You gotta blot the rest of it out. The rest of it is that's what fucks everyone up, I think. Don't fuck with that shit. What do you need a chicken cordon bleu sandwich for? You know that's going to leave you disappointed. Roast beef. Simple. Not even the fucking beef and cheese. You don't need it. Oh, hell no. Arby's 100% human meats. Probably. But dude, if true, human tastes good. They got us right where they want us, boys. We are cannibals. We love it. It fucks with my ADHD. Oh, you gotta have the au jus dipping sauce. All right. Yeah, I feel like you can go for a French dip at Arby's, too. Anything beyond that, you're crazy, dude.
If most of the AIs are already doing everything already, where are the optional jobs going to be? And if the government does give you a universal income...
To me, Arby's was made strictly for divorced dads to eat in their cars. Damn, Barry! Calm the fuck down, brother.
Since you can't get a job, whose control are you going to be under? If you say or do something that they don't like, let's say you don't want to get a jab, and they know that through the digital ID, well, they're just going to go ahead and cut off that income until you do get a jab. When you're collecting a paycheck from an employer, you're following that employer's rules, policy, and guidelines. Will be no different here. So as I said in the beginning of the video, people are noticing that as they watch NASA's feed, something very odd will appear that looks like a UFO, and NASA will cut off that feed, fueling the UFO alien agenda.
Absolutely. I will not do anything inside the work volume. There you go. Thanks for the heads up.
Dude, Arby's curly fries are incredible, right? And dude, I be switching horsey sauce, Arby's sauce with those fries. Yeah, those curly fries are top tiers. And the moo latte shakes. Dude, do they still have the Jamocha shake? I hope so.
Phone config, you're very welcome. And just to kind of smooth things over when we do come back to you.
If someone ate me, they'd be high for 3 weeks. Dude, don't tell the lizards that.
You'll be on space to ground 3 for your ops today with Shankini.
Are you with Shankini? Thanks.
Shankini? What the fuckaroo? What is that? What are those? Bueller? They turned it off.
Look at the state of this object, bro. Right? Once again, as it's floating past this screen, you know, you can see the stars appearing just behind it, so it's kind of moving in front of the stars. It kind of looks like what JP described above his house, which was like the Nordic ship in nature that he kind of quotes what it was he saw, which is kind of what this is, you know? Or is it plasmoid in nature? We've had a lot of CMEs, things of that nature coming and hitting the Earth, and it's attracting a lot of strange activity, man. NASA, what's going on, bruv? Let us know. This can't keep happening. A NASA livestream feed was cut off when two mysteriously shaped objects in the upper layers of the atmosphere were seen flying over a polar region, right? Check this out, and I'll speak to you in a moment.
Pole. I don't know if it's auto-tracking something, and then these come into sight. Don't know what they are, and then it zooms in really close on one. I don't know what my picture was. Oh, yeah, there it is.
When the fuck was that from?
What the heck was that?
So they have a lot of people believing UFOs and aliens are indeed around Earth and NASA is covering it up. But, I mean, NASA is even telling people, hey, go check out our live feed, and this happens every time. I do not trust NASA one bit.
Yeah.
They are a part of the PSYOP to keep the alien and UFO talks going until the fall stage alien invasion arrives. And again, I strongly believe that entities do indeed exist. But what we're seeing right here is just a show, and again, a part of the PSYOP. But this gets even better because yesterday, NASA releases this photo on their X account of the 3-Eye Atlas, and people, even die-hard NASA fans, are really lighting them up saying, is this really the best NASA can do? It's time to defund NASA. Why do we have NASA? Well, I'll tell you why. They are there to push agendas and money launder. They literally took a flashlight, shined it in the dark, and said, look, this is the image of 3-Eye Atlas. Go away. That's literally what they did. Or they probably just took a picture of...
Dude, this is literally a flashlight in a foggy room.
The moon during a cloudy night and said, let's just give them this. They don't know any better. That's probably what they did. It's over now. We're tired of the games. We're tired of the distractions. We're tired of the PSYOPs, the mental gymnastics. This whole alien UFO stuff will be one of their most important final cards in the future because it'll have basically everything. Depopulation of one.
Lizards don't like us when we're high? Dude, that's probably why the lizards haven't been able to eat me yet. I'd rip them from the veil. I'd rip them out of this realm if they tasted my flesh. I'd be like the worst DMT mushroom trip they've ever experienced, bro. I'd psychosis them with the truth. My truth. But they'd also be like, damn, this boy tastes good. I don't doubt for a second that I taste delicious.
World government, one world currency, one world religion, all that. And I see it happening just like last year, a couple years ago, I saw the plane situation happening. If you go back to one of my previous videos, this one right here, I had said in that video a major collision is coming between two planes, not because of some type of foresight or prophecy, but because how it was being hyped up in the news. And this alien UFO stuff is no different. In this next video, more and more people are coming to the understanding that technology is reading our minds.
You know how when you are talking about something and that something starts appearing in your feed as advertisements on social media? I get that now. I think we all kind of get that now. We probably expect that. But what happens when you start thinking about something and it shows up on your social media feed? Like you never verbalize it. And that's what happened to me. I was in my son's gaming center area and I looked at his gaming chair and I thought to myself, wow, that gaming chair is very, very beat up. That's a good Christmas gift for him. And I only thought it. I was the only one in my house. I didn't talk to anyone else. And then within 30 minutes, I sat down and started scrolling social media. And what do I find on TikTok and Instagram? Advertisements for gaming chairs. I have never had advertisements for gaming chairs showing up in my feed. And suddenly on TikTok and Instagram, there they are, gaming chairs galore. And I did buy one, which is beside the point. But how on earth does that happen? My conspiracy theory is that, and I know this sounds absolutely wild, but somebody is microchipping us. They have found a way to understand our thoughts and our brain, and they're linking it back to social media. I mean, it sounds bizarre, I know, but what logic?
Oh no, Zane's gonna eat me. Guys, if I ever show up with a bite taken out of me, it was Zane.
Exists other than that? Let me know.
Chaotic Concept answers this and breaks this down nicely. It's basically the Internet of Things. We are a hive mind, unfortunately, with technology.
It's called the Internet of Things. It's a database where
Oh yeah, dude, you can't get those steak nuggets at Arby's. That's absolutely people.
every device that's linked to the internet or Wi-Fi can communicate within each other. Refrigerators, washing machines, microwave, anything that has a signal that goes...
I love this guy's delivery. I love his videos. He's awesome. I do honestly really like that he walks out of frame so you can see the full thing, and he gives it a beat too so you can take a screenshot or look at it if you want.
Goes out to Wi-Fi is connected. The Internet of Things enables smart objects to communicate with each other and perform tasks autonomously. Applications ranging from smart homes to wearables to smart cities. So when you have a thought, open your phone and start scrolling, and all of a sudden, there's what you were thinking about. It's not just your phone, it's all the devices together to essentially read your mind.
What is this lame ass hat, brother?
Now let me ask you this. Every memory that you've ever had growing up, are you sure it's yours?
People who have been through traumatic experiences like natural disasters, fires, or wars tend to suffer from long-term psychological issues. Now, researchers think they found a way to potentially delete bad memories and enhance good ones. Huxley on that.
Reconstructing your memories is a very real thing. It's being developed under the grounds of PTSD victims to help them forget about traumatic experiences. Synthetic human memories. And even though right now they say they can only do it in rats and...
Oh, bro, when I get home, too... Oh, and my mom fucking listened to stream last night. She texted me last night and goes, I really hope you're not worried about that happening. We're not interventioning you. We're all very excited to see you. We love you and miss you. But I was like, yeah, I know. I was just kidding about that. But I absolutely was not kidding about the amount of eggnog that I'm going to drink while I'm home. And she said that's fine. But also she really doesn't understand how many times we're going to be going to Culver's as well. There's all my favorite places at home are kind of gone. There's this place called Hungry Head that I used to work at, and it was just like dummy sandwiches, but for some reason they were so good. They had the best French dressing ever. I wish I knew the brand. But and then there's this pizza place called Luigi's, and it's weird ass pizza. It's in a circle and they cut it all into tiny, like, small rectangles. It's so stupid, but it rules. I miss it. And then they have these things called Mojos, which are just like deep fried giant potatoes, like giant potato wedges that they like deep fry like 3 times. I'm gonna smash that. I thought about Bratstop, but I was like, no, I never want to go to Bratstop again. I would just rather go to Culver's 10 times. And I might try and eat 600 cheese curds. Just saying. But yeah, Culver's, dude. Oh, their root beer. Culver's is definitely the best fast food there is. There's no better than Culver's. Butterburger. Their ice cream fucking kicks ass. I'm sorry, it's frozen custard, actually. Their root beer, they have their own kind of root beer. Slaps.
All mammals, we all know how that goes. Now, we already talked about microscopic nanotechnology. Ways to get AI and robots inside the human body with things like smart dust. Even FDA-approved digital tracking devices in prescription medicine.
Researchers at MIT, Harvard Medical School, and Brigham and Women's Hospital have recently invented a technology to wirelessly power up tiny devices like this one, deep inside the human body.
Even AI-driven robots that they can inject inside of you.
Robots into a human's bloodstream sounds terrifying. But what if I told you science has developed so far that they are actually doing it on purpose? Nanobots in medicine represent a new technology.
Yeah, I was they minutes of fogged our brains with tiny smart particles, and they just know our thoughts now. Or it's from AirPods, Bluetooth, earbuds mapping our noggins. I think, honestly, it's that. I think the Bluetooth, like, dude, literally the Bluetooth is essentially the hat in Westworld. They didn't want it to be Westworld themed because it's cool. They wanted everyone to wear a hat so they could put a brain scanner in the hat. But yeah, also, I was thinking about that the other day. I was like, I wonder if this constant spraying is beyond covering the sun. I wonder if it's because all the little reflective things, they're dropping it on us. Like, it's literally to fall on us so that they can use the 5G towers or whatever the fuck to, like, pick up on our auras and shit, you know? Like, because I bet having all this metally shit in the air helps, I don't know, get better readings somehow, or it, like, puts, like, a substrate or something, you know, like, gives it the air volume so that they can, like, measure whatever the fuck they're doing, or vibrate us to death if they so choose, or just heat us up like a fucking microwave. They send a couple interference patterns to a literally GPS spatially located place. They called those taters JoJo's in Illinois. That's funny. Yeah, I think I looked it up because I was like, does everyone call these things Mojos, or is it just the place that I go? But I looked it up, and I think they were like, in the Midwest, people call them Mojos, JoJo's, and there's a couple other names, but they're all pretty similar. Yeah, Culver's is bussin'. Cheese curds are the best. I'm jealous of your future Culver's meal. Bro, I'm so stoked. Culver's root beer, top tier. Exactly. All right, anyway.
That could save millions of lives.
Oh, the jab works with the smart dust then? They're going to vaporize me then. I fell for it, dude. I didn't really wake up till kind of after. I mean, I didn't understand how deep it all went. I got goofed. So that's probably how they're controlling me and making me say everything I'm saying. No! No, I'm convinced that we can, whatever they put in us, we can willpower it out of us. Landshark, are you saying you're fucked because I just said that, or was that from earlier and I just didn't notice it till now? I'm not fucked, dude. I'm convinced you can. I've evaporated whatever the fuck they put in me. It's gone.
But the hard truth is, if you're watching this, you are already a part of the database without any of those things. You, me, pretty much everyone in this world is already a part of a thing called the Internet of Bodies.
This collection of all these devices, as well as all the data that the devices are gathering about you.
Your Apple Watches, your Fitbits, even the little rings that they use to scroll through TikTok, they're all a part of this. It's the reason why all these big tech companies want your data.
Yeah.
They say it's to help navigate the internet and to heighten our online experiences. But I want you to pay attention to what this woman says at the end of this clip.
The Internet of Bodies, or IOB, is actually an ecosystem. It's a bunch of devices that are connected to the internet that contain software and that either collect personal health data about you or can alter the body's function.
Alter the body's function. Now, don't get me wrong, this could all have huge benefits for humankind, like controlling your iPhone with your brain. But don't forget, this can go both ways. Y'all stay safe.
Cops are going to be using mind-reading technology, and Colorado is the first state to pass a law protecting the privacy of your thoughts. This comes in light of the technology now being widely available for private citizens. Is it time to dust off your tinfoil cap? We'll talk about it. But first, I want you to listen to the voice of a man who lost his ability to speak nearly a decade ago.
It makes people cry who have not heard me in a while.
While there are non-invasive devices available, this is one of those brain chips. We all remember Neuralink, but there's a bunch of other technology that's currently being developed and used. This one works by mapping your brain while you're reading, and the little voice inside of your head gets recorded as the word you were thinking of. It is so effective at doing this that people can have normal conversations now, and you could even speak to somebody telepathically if you really wanted to. The other frightening application of this is being able to stream music directly to your brain in broadband. Okay, this one really concerns me. Have you ever just put on your headphones and someone had connected to them and suddenly you're hearing half of a conversation? Well, anything that's attached to technology is hackable. Do you really want your brain being available to the internet? That's not even where it gets weird. You can buy brain mapping technology right now for about $1,000. There's also software that you can buy that gives you the ability to map and use.
Yeah, I'm convinced that we can overcome anything that they're doing. Like I said before, I feel like everything's kind of works on like an XP scale, right? Like they're blasting us with low wave, or like what is it? Low frequency shit that's like ruining our day, and that's like a -5 XP. Then they're blasting us with propaganda. That's a constant -10 XP. Then they're like, ooh, we could get a bonus one by sticking this jab in them. That's a -20. But then there's other things you can do, like yoga, breath work, I don't know, working in doing a creative thing. Each one of those is like a 25 plus 25 XP, you know? So it's like, we literally have to work harder than them and, like, you know, build our XP up higher than the negative XP that they're giving us. Because they want us to go, I quit. But our job is to fucking get our ticker above where they're, you know, their baseline, how much they're lowering us by. That's how I think of it anyway. Hell yeah.
The information that you get from your brain. You could turn it in.
That's kind of like, I think what helped me stop doing drugs was when I kind of realized that they want us all spun out on drugs. And I was like, these bitches literally tricked us into doing drugs instead of fighting them. And I was like, God, golly, I gotta work to get off these drugs.
Into images, you could record
Assholes.
your dreams, you could even...
They literally dared us to do drugs in fucking... What was that? Bro, that was in elementary school, wasn't it? Didn't that shit start in 4th grade? Dare? No, I think it must have been middle school. Was it like 6th grade? No, dude, because we had that lame-ass song. It definitely was in 4th grade. But, dude, all the Dare shit made me go, like, wait, these kind of sound cool. It was called Dare. They dared us to do drugs. Isn't that crazy? And then we fell for it. And then once I realized that, I was like, fuck. I'm doing what they want. I can't be doing that. Dare was 5th grade for you? Yeah, dude, that's a little early, right? D, I won't do drugs. A, won't have an attitude. When my teacher wants to do something weird to me. R, I will respect myself. E, I will educate you. D, I'll never do drugs. A, won't have an attitude. Yeah, words are spells. Yeah, dude, Dare, I forget what Dare's history is, but I bet, let's bet, is it like some crazy evangelical started it, or a literal Nazi, or, it's obviously part of the CIA, so some asshole made it, probably the KKK. Yeah, I was kind of always fascinated by drugs too, eternally.
Speak to people.
And dude, it's so funny. Like, I I believe that I saw every episode of Intervention so that I could fucking stand firmly when I got intervention. Like, dude, I wouldn't have known if I never watched that show. I would have looked like those buffoons who were like, I don't even know what 5150 means while they're trying to 5150 me. You know, I might have fallen for it, but instead I've seen literally every episode of Intervention. I could never watch it today, but I was like fascinated with drugs when I was younger. I don't know why. I mean, probably because the story, 1 minute warning, probably because the story is that all of our artists are these wounded people who are all drug afflicted, which doesn't help because you're like, damn, Kurt Cobain wrote all these songs while doing heroin? That sounds awful. I mean, like, these songs are great. But yeah, they goofed us. We fell for it.
I just know that it's going to become commonplace where someone suspects their boyfriend or girlfriend of cheating, so they just pop on the brain cap and read their thoughts. However, what Colorado wanted to do was to make it illegal to sell your data, kind of like a lot of platforms have done.
But honestly, I'm glad that I've done whatever I've done, because now I know that I've experienced that, and I'm fucking never doing that. I'm not doing shit that if I can't get up in the morning and go to yoga, it ain't for me. Lame, but glad I experienced it. Now we can move on, you know?
This, however, provides no legal protection from the police.
The technology is there and has been there, and it's all about building a profile on you and control at the end of the day. Thank you so much for watching. If you like this channel and you want to see more, please subscribe. If you're already subscribed, please like, as any engagement does help the channel grow. Once again, thank you so much for your
Happy
support.
9/11! Let's see, does RKs have any wild news bangers? Did we watch this one? Norbert EBT Hunger Games?
Ryan, what took you so long?
Animal EBT, America turning into the Hunger Games. This country been broke, the money not backed by nothing, what a shame. The government shut down like what the fuck, nobody getting paid. The National Guards better get ready, cause it's finna be hella raids. I ain't worried, cause since we was slaves, we always made a way. All I need is God, my creativity, meditate and pray. You better heal, cause in this air you make the bed you lay. You better have protection, this country could purse like any day. Glock 43 is right by my side in case somebody play. I follow my intuition, I ain't going outside myself to bite the bait. We been in the last days, why nobody check the day? This ain't never been a land of the free, and the damn show ain't the home of the brave. Everybody in this day and age is just trying to get saved.
Reality is for people who can't face drugs. Dude, I love Tom Waits.
Our leaders, let this wisdom feature. Remain a student, our teacher. Stay present, not past or future. Be authentic by being cooler. Please don't let this fake world fool you. This world owe your soul and lure. This world is really what you make it. Built from attraction, not from chase. They comfortable and start running in place. America clearly still trying to slave us.
Never forget, boys.
Cause they still trying to take us out. America, Babylon, time running out. Time for us to take our power back. When it's the right time, we will attack. I don't wanna see no damn white flags. Guns and roses, hella mad. For NPCs got hella frags. In a game, ain't playing tag. I'm gonna stir it off in that cat. Mother shit gon' make them zap. My body's too high, you ain't a minimal EBT. America turning into the Hunger Games. This country been broke.
Dude, RKs is fire.
The government shut down like what the fuck.
Wait, this is the person that Tab is going to work with, right? Let's go.
Getting paid. The National Guards better get ready, cause it's finna be hella raids. I ain't worried, cause since we was slaves, we always made a way. All I need is God, my creativity, meditate and pray. You better heal, cause in this air you make the bed you lay. You better have protection, this country could purse like any day.
Let's go. RKs, always. My ex put a spell on me.
5 years ago, my ex literally put a spell on me. And
oh, wait, I thought this was a song. You sold your soul?
Woo! Gang, turn me up, man. Hey, I'm an
ancient, so people honor to be my presence. Facing demons, I don't run for them. My leg God teach me the lesson. I be beating the fuck up out depression. Study life, cause God gon' test me. I'm a black man in America. I know they just wanna arrest me. I am a king, I was never a peasant. Go within, you gon' find the treasure. My soul you can never measure. That's why I never fucking sell it. Gotta download, got the message. I'm quantum leaping every second. I got a sexy goddess and I love to see her switching dress. I love it when we meditate together. That's my twin flame. All this inner work I do, I promise we are not the same.
I love to see your swishing dresses.
I attracted everything I got, promise not chasing fame. I just be real up on the track, not everybody know my name. I'm an elder in a young body, get my goddamn cane. I'm a Pisces, so you know I'm dancing in the rain. Damn, was it worth it? You sold your fucking soul and now your soul is hurting. When you die, you going to hell, I promise you burn it. If you want your soul back, you gotta earn it. Nigga, I'm in nature, talking to the trees. I'm connecting with the bees. I'm in nature so much, I might as well be a leaf. Bitch, I know the truth, I don't go off belief. Put below to send my blood, I'm sorry, I'm a chief. Everything is fake in America, don't know what to eat. I'm downloading wisdom from the earth, I'm grinding dirt to feet. If them entities want beef, I promise they will get defeat. I'm an ancient, so people honor to be my presence. Facing demons, I don't run for them. I let God teach me the lesson. I be beating the fuck up out depression. Study life, cause God gon' test me. I'm a black man in America, I know they just wanna arrest me. I am a king, I was never a peasant. Go within, you gon' find the treasure. My soul you can never measure. That's why I never fucking sell it. Gotta download, got the message. I'm quantum leaping every second. I got a sexy goddess and I love to see her switching dresses.
Hell yeah. Alright, RKs, that's what's up. The Bubba Files. What were we doing? Where were we before this? Did we finish whatever we were doing? Do we like Savarino? I forget.
Hi, hello ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between that, and welcome on into an extremely unique video for me.
You wanna just watch some John Levi? Or, oh wait, actually I pulled up this Lucian Aurelian video we could watch for a minute. If it sucks, we can turn it off.
In the Czech.
Happy 9/11, boys. What a legend. What a legendary time. What a legendary crew to be remembering such a beautiful thing that Dick Cheney gave us all. Look at this Tartarian shit, bro. They didn't build none of this. Goofy asses.
The incredible spires of the remarkable city of Prague in the Czech Republic in Central Europe. A city that's seen, no doubt, many different days. And what exactly has this city seen? What's the history of these incredible structures with their fine geometric precision, their artistry and craftsmanship displayed on every single structure? What has...
Yeah, Barry, I love me a long-ass drive. I really lock in on a long-ass drive. Especially now, bro. I put on a couple Dave live shows. You put on 3 Dave live shows, you're there.
City scene, and what does it really tell us about the passage of time?
10-1,
What's the actual
boys,
age
BRB.
of this city? Is it hundreds of years, thousands of years, more, less? We have an official history behind it. We even have an incredible astronomical clock from the Middle Ages, one of the great features. Join me as we explore 1,000 lost years. To understand exactly what we have in our past, though, we have to look at how we look at history. It's very important. And you may recall that we oftentimes debate about who's actually responsible for recording history. I mean, historians don't actually record history. They read past history and they interpret it. They give us the current accepted standard, which is known as official history. Although many, and in the comments section, have indicated that journalists record history, such as Ida M. Tarbell, a known muckraker. And granted, we don't have Ida M. Tarbell anymore, a reliable journalist. We have modern journalists. And it should be noted that current mainstream historians recognize that mainstream journalists don't always tell the truth, for a variety of reasons. What's the difference between historical revisionism and negationism? Is it where we just throw away books? Well, we have an official definition for it. We even have a way in which it applies to all of us. And we'll go through it because it's important to understand. Historical negationism, otherwise known as historical revisionism, first coined by Henry Rousseau as a term to describe the denial of the Holocaust. This brief uses the term historical negationism instead of revisionism for the same reason Rousseau coined it, to avoid confusing denial with legitimate, scholarly revision of contemporary understanding of history, as might happen when researchers discover new sources. So yes, it's that historical revisionism. Round and round he goes, where he ends up, no one knows. And that's exactly how it feels. Why are things always changing? What is real history? The history of negative expressions in various languages makes us witness the following curious fluctuation. The original negative adverb is first weakened, then found insufficient. And it's important to understand words and perceptions. Oddly enough, this is written by Otto Jespersen, Negation in English and Other Languages. In other words, the meaning of words themselves can be subverted, changed, and altered, and then suddenly we have the same development as the original word. So what are we really getting at? Is it very confusing? Is it difficult to know exactly when history really transpired and when we've changed and altered it? How exactly do we understand that we have 1,000 lost years, and what exactly do we mean by that? Is it just that we had 1,000 years where we didn't record history? Or are the previous 1,000 years themselves lost and subject to question? Well, if you actually look at what mainstream history tells you, it is very clear that we have a definitive written record of history, and that there are no questions or concerns about it. There is no reason why we should believe that the history that we agree upon, did we agree upon it, is the official history. And certainly people who ask questions are people who may be perceived as troublemakers. Now, imagine with me, if you will, a new development civilization. Let's say 30 years from now, we have an entirely different civilization that develops. A new society that has different symbols, different manners of dress, in fact, entirely different social mores. For example, if you went back 100 years to the year we think of as 1923, then what exactly would you say? What would be the difference between what you see in 1923 and 2025? And of course, I avoid using the even 100 years because that's just too easy to do. Is there a reason why we always affiliate with 1,000 years? And what role do scientists and historians play in understanding what really happened and the difference between a conspiracy and a conspiracy theory? Ah, here we have the great Carl Sagan himself, identified as an incredible astronomer and a wonderful science communicator. And it should be noted that Carl Sagan was very adept at speaking in terms that everyone could understand. That's why he was considered a great communicator. Although there are some historians who say that his knowledge and use of history wasn't exactly, well, how shall we say, accurate. But he certainly knew about the planets, even if he never actually went to space. He didn't need to, he was that intelligent. Much in the same way that historian Mary Beard, who I acknowledge is probably one of the finest writers you would ever hope to read because her writing skills are incredibly detailed. And she's able to lay out many wonderful ideas and defend them with various forms of historical understanding, and citing the writings of the actual historians of the Roman Empire. What's intriguing, though, is that, much like Carl Sagan never went to space, and yet is an expert astronomer, Mary Beard is an expert in Roman history, though she never lived a single day in Rome and never talked to an actual Roman citizen. Now let's take this idea to a different place. Arthur C. Clarke, a science fiction author. Now, of course, you're saying, a science fiction author, what would he have to do with anything legitimate such as science or history? Well, it's intriguing to note that Arthur C. Clarke was considered a proponent for space travel. He wrote about space travel. Now, of course, you'll say it was merely speculative fiction, what would be termed science fiction. But another peculiar detail about Arthur C. Clarke, he knew a lot about space travel, or he could imagine it, but he never actually went to space. And I certainly acknowledge that many of his novels are very well written. So what do we have here? We have a model suggested by journalists and politicians. to explain conspiracy theories. Social media and exposure to conspiracy theories, belief in conspiracy theories. And from journalists and politicians, it leads to illegal and dangerous behavior. And of course, it's in red to make sure that you know it is not advisable. Now, what exactly is the model suggested by empirical social scientific evidence? That just rolls right off the tongue, doesn't it? Where do the beliefs in conspiracy theories actually come from? Well, according to empirical social behavior, it's psychological motivations, political motivations, social motivations. And what exactly do those lead to? And remember, this is the official model, the same thing, illegal and dangerous behavior. So whether it's politicians, journalists, scientists, or historians analyzing it, they say it all leads to the same thing. Thinking for yourself can lead to illegal and dangerous behavior. So you've got to be very, very careful. There were also governments that engaged in it, such as the former Soviet Union. In this famous picture with Stalin, he must have had very cold hands, therefore he had to keep them warm, where we had the unfortunate individual who was completely removed from the photo. And it should be noted that this process, this, how shall we say, historical denial that transpired, is well documented and did occur. It's an example of a government, a nation state, that is engaging in, how shall we say, unscrupulous historical practices. And as a result, the official historical account becomes very obscured. Of course, we're well aware of this. Now let's take a science fiction example, the story of Dune and the character of Duncan Idaho. Duncan Idaho portrayed by actor Richard Jordan. Now, if you're familiar with David Lynch's 1984 Dune...
Wait, you can't stop thinking about illegal things? What do you mean? You're not thinking about doing illegal things. That's not what we want.
Of course, the novel by Frank Herbert. You understand that Duncan Idaho ends up playing a very critical role in the story. And I know what you're saying if you only saw the movie. Wait a minute, he died. That was the end of it, right? Well, if you're familiar with it, no, Duncan Idaho is revived. He's actually cloned and goes through a series of transitions. What are those series of transitions, and what's it really come to in the story of Dune? Duncan Idaho is a very critical character who begins to understand that the flow of history, of course this is in the Dune novels, is not exactly as is intended, that human beings have some sort of destiny. What's intriguing, though, is to think of the Jason Momoa Duncan Idaho and compare and contrast him with the Richard Jordan Duncan Idaho. They're both very intriguing characters, and I'll give Jason Momoa credit, he definitely displayed by far the most humanity in the current Dune film, in my humble opinion. Obviously, there were many deleted scenes and footage we'll never see of Richard Jordan as Duncan Idaho. I wish we could have seen the films that David Lynch wanted to make to tell the rest of the Dune story. It would have been very intriguing seeing Frank Herbert in that role, and gaining that understanding of what history really means, and how it's influencing humanity. Now back to the topic of denialism. There's an official denial that occurred in the 1950s with the rhetoric from President Dwight D. Eisenhower. During the time of the 1950s, the United States realized that they needed a rearmed Western Germany. And so as a result of this, Eisenhower softened a lot of the speeches that he made, condemning former members of the German military in World War II for the heinous acts that official history says that they committed during World War II. And as a result of this created what was called the myth of the clean German armed forces in World War II. Here's an interesting image. We have the soldiers of West Germany on the march. And yes, these are actually German soldiers, the new Bundeswehr, the German Defense Force of West Germany, and they're very obvious in American equipment. I bet they never thought that they were going to be marching or carrying weapons again.
Wunderbar.
Look like a very eager bunch, don't they? It's an intriguing thought, though. And what prompted this? Well, at the time, with the Cold War on the rise, it was assessed that the NATO armies fielded needed more of a boost to actually stand against the terrifying legions of the Soviet Union. And therefore, a rearmed West Germany was the only solution imagined at that time. It was a very controversial move. And yet there was a practical reason behind it. Yes, the German army using surplus U.S. equipment. And keep in mind that during World War II, the United States provided more ammunition for the armed forces of the Soviet Union, the Red Army, than it did for its own military. How fascinating. Yes, those American surplus tanks, not the venerable great Leopard 2 tanks that the German army would be well known for. But it's very
Knights Templar
intriguing thinking
cross.
of this development. Also, it's interesting to note that during the administration of Dwight D. Eisenhower, he favored what was called massive retaliation. That's massive nuclear retaliation. In fact, the United States Army during the 1950s didn't favor its infantry or armor formations, what is today called maneuver warfare. But they actually favored air defense, artillery, as the foremost branch. How different things were in the 1950s. Well, if they were going to rearm West Germany, then guess what that meant? Oh, that's a very nice and intriguing building there.
Huh.
During the political times, it meant that East Germany had to be rearmed by the Soviet Union. And the Soviet Union didn't hesitate to do that, despite the fact that Germany was their mortal enemy and had created so much damage in their homeland. Well, that Russian officer looks particularly happy that he actually has Germans that are now fighting for him, or fighting for his side, I should say. And look at these East German soldiers. Don't they look like they're just having a grand old time? As though they never thought they were going to get out to the range again. And here they are with big smiles on their faces. And so what do we really have? The first step to prevent conspiracy theories is to know that they exist. Be aware and stop the spread. And how exactly is this supposed to be done, and who published this? What are they? The belief that events are secretly manipulated behind the scenes by powerful forces with negative intent. Nobody manipulates events behind the scenes, right? Conspiracy theories have 6 things in common: an alleged secret plot, a group of conspirators, old admirals in Starfleet, evidence that seems to support the conspiracy theory, they divide the world into good and bad, they scapegoat people in groups.
toilet's
Why do
running.
they
Hold on.
flourish? They offer an explanation of events or situations which are difficult to understand. The need is heightened in times of uncertainty, like any sort of health emergency, war, or even when you can't watch your favorite sporting team. How do they take root? They start as suspicion. And then, of course, anybody can't stop conspiracy theories. And why do people spread them? Most believe they're true. And this is from our friends at the European Commission. So be sure that you keep your eyes open for conspiracy theories, because the European Commission doesn't want people thinking for themselves, or they're concerned about it. Kind of goes back to this particular, hey, who is this guy? Oh, it's Indiana Jones. I didn't recognize him without the hat, the jacket, and the whip. And he said, nothing shocks me. I'm a scientist, and nothing shocks me either, including Indiana Heston. This is Anatoly Fomenko, and he is known for positing a theory that there's over 1,000 lost years in history. And we had to understand that concept of historical revision and negation because currently, Mr. Fomenko here is considered a negationist, a denier. He is not a mainstream historian. He is a mathematician who's indulged in what are termed pseudo-historical theories. But there's an interesting idea that he brings about. What if the last 1,000 years didn't happen? What about the history of the Middle Ages? Should his writings be read? And of course, if you go off of the European Commission and if you go off of official history, absolutely not. But there's something even more interesting when we look at the...
Dude, if they deleted 1,000 years, does that mean that we're like 500 years out of Rome, like Rome shit?
mainstream view of history. This is the cosmic calendar, featured by scientist Carl Sagan in the TV series Cosmos, which he hosted and narrated. And one of the things he posited was there were billions of years of history. And yet, despite the fact that there are billions of years of history represented by these calendar months, that human history was only in the very last day, last week, or even the last 12 minutes of the last day. In other words, there are billions of years of lost history. And why is that? Because there were no humans to record it. There weren't even any journalists to write about that evolution. You know, when...
Karen 9/11 too hard? Hell yeah, dude. I'm gonna 9/11 so hard and smash the rest of my freaking tacos tonight. No, I should be able to have some more tacos even tomorrow. Better, since it was like $60 fucking for taco shit.
Humans evolved. Where were the journalists to write about it? And we have all of these incredible, majestic structures. We have structures that you can actually go and see wherever you are in the land. And we have numerous pictures of very bizarre and exotic structures in unique and random locations. Now, of course, we always have to take every single image that we see with a grain of salt, knowing that in this present era, although this is not a recent development,
the shit looks fucking cut out, bro. That edge is definitely cut out.
There exists the technology to create images, and there exists the technology to alter existing images. So you have to be careful. I mean, is this a legitimate image that you're looking at here? Is this some kind of very, very old building where the builders apparently engaged in some unknown purpose for this device at the time?
That thing's cool.
And why does
as
it have
hell.
tree branches coming out of it? Well, you know, in addition to being artisans, they were also lovers of nature. Now, let's go back and look at the whole concept of the
Yeah, maybe they got rid of all of the whimsical shit.
Bastion Fort, also known as the Star Fort, or the geometrically precise foundation structure. And here we're looking at the layout and the plan of Fort Duquesne, or Pittsburgh, or whatever you want to actually call it, back during the time of the 7 Years' War, or the French Indian War, as they called it, in what would become the United States.
Whoa, cool.
And the explanation behind these elaborate and very beautiful bastion forts is that they were constructed for military purposes. Yes, these beautiful structures that had wonderful and incredible aesthetics to them were designed for military purposes. We even have numerous entire cities that are laid out in the same fashion. Now, this is something that we really should question, because if these were constructed for simple military purposes, then why would there be such an effort put into making them so aesthetically pleasing, into being so geometrically precise? And then even the gateways and the entryways have a very interesting and artistic layout of portals and doorways. What exact military purpose does this particular doorway serve? Well, you see, those mighty cannons couldn't
It's just how we made doors back then. Oh, why'd you stop, bitch?
blast their way through it. These structures were cannon-proof, and they also provided incredible defenses against cannon attack. And then you have these numerous walls, whether they're called Venetian walls, Aurelian walls, wonderful fortification walls. Now, a question I have for you is, how difficult...
That's a fucking base. That's the foundation of something massive.
difficult would it be for us to construct such walls today? How much difficult would it be for us to build walls with bigger blocks? Yes, let's see what the military experts actually say about fixed fortifications or bastion forts. Here's one of the foremost experts, George S. Patton, a master of maneuver warfare from the United States Army. And I'll say it in his high-pitched voice: fixed fortifications are a monument to the stupidity of man. Wait a minute, what's that you're saying? George S. Patton had a high-pitched voice? Yes, actually he did. But we oftentimes confuse with actor George C. Scott, the Missourian, and his gravelly voice. Fixed fortifications are a monument to the stupidity of man. Isn't it interesting to think about that perception? Now, no one did that intentionally. Patton was a great movie from 1970. And it was during a time when the United States military was going through, well, just a lot of criticism. What about these current areas that we see that are dugout berms? This is done by a D7 dozer. Did some charlatans sell to all these lords of the Middle Ages that they could build these bastion forts utilizing labor and tying up very essential resources for years? Or is there some other explanation behind the bastion forts? Here you have the classic mass-produced World War II barracks by the United States. And remember, we're well aware of the achievements of the United States during World War II. Well, these were structures that they rapidly built so soldiers would have a roof over their head when they were training. And then let's not forget that the United States is also the same nation that completed the incredible construction feat of building 24 fleet carriers, or Essex-class carriers. Prior to World War II, the Royal Navy of the United Kingdom was considered the greatest navy in the land. But after World War II, it would be the United States Navy, with its now currently called carrier strike groups. So what's really the truth then behind this incredible history that we have? What actually happened? Were there really incredible forts and fortifications that there were no means to destroy during the Middle Ages and the late Renaissance and up to the 1700s? Or is there an entirely different explanation for it? Even looking at the grand history of the so-called cosmos, the theory being that everything originates from a single point known as the Big Bang. It's a theory, although I would say if someone presented a theory as a fact, that might be disingenuous. That if they said something that was a theory was a fact, might be engaging in some form of, dare I say, denialism? I guess you could call it revision, but, you know, we have different experts for different things. Scientists can tell you what happened scientifically, and historians actually tell you what happened in the past. What exactly does this picture represent, and who is this individual? Quite an interesting head that they have. And what happened after the fall of the Roman Empire? We have Clovis, king of the Franks, in 481. We don't even mention that terrible year 536 in this timeline. The Battle of Tours, which prevented the spread of Islam into Europe. So the official history says, although revisionist history says it was merely a raid and the battle wasn't all that decisive. The reign of Charlemagne, Charles the Great, the Holy Roman Emperor of the Carolingian Empire. And then 832, the Vikings invade. And that's about all you really need to know. Which Vikings are we talking about? Are we talking about the Lee Majors Vikings, or are we talking about the more current Vikings who have the shaved head? And the rule of Charlemagne was something that always interested me. Yes, here we have this image of Charlemagne where he kind of looks like Santa Claus with a very elaborate crown on his head. But even questioning the existence of Charlemagne is something that'll only get you in a lot of trouble. It's very clear that Charlemagne, or Charles the Great, yes, we go back and forth on how to actually say the name, because is it the Gaelic version of Charles? Is it the French version of Charles? Is it the English version of Charles? By the way, did they ever actually call it the Carolingian Empire, or was that a name that we assigned later? And now you start to see the issue that we have with our understanding of history. There's so many times that we assign terms later, after the fact, that we don't seem to have an actual understanding. And so, if we're referring to something as the Byzantine Empire, even though that empire did not call themselves the Byzantine Empire, then is that legitimate history? Or is that, how shall we say, a historical assignment? Are we not being true to the understanding of history? And that's really the question I want to pose. If we have an entire empire that existed for 1,000 years, and we're giving it the wrong name, then is that not the very beginning of losing 1,000 years? Because what name did they actually call it? And what's the truth behind the Holy Roman Empire? A Holy Roman Empire that didn't actually have anything to do with Rome. It was actually what would become the nation-state of Germany later.
Germany!
Why did they have the two-headed eagle? What exactly did it represent?
Yeah.
Why would a nation adopt anything with a two-headed anything?
Yeah.
It's very odd. There's the reference to the Western and the Eastern Roman Empire. The Eastern Roman Empire would survive. The Western Roman Empire was sacked and fell. The last Roman emperor in the Western Roman Empire, Romulus Augustus, and the Eastern Roman Empire enduring, as we call the Byzantine Empire. And whatever happened to the Huns? Well, they just kind of broke up and stopped doing their raids. You can even look in later eras of history, such as the rule of Otto the Great, and one of the founding powers of the Holy Roman Empire. And here you'll see that he's titled Otto Rex, or Otto Rex, King Otto. Quite elaborate headdress. And here we have this little relief, if you will, of Otto presenting a castle, a church, a cathedral to Jesus Christ himself. And Otto is depicted in a very, very small format because it's to show humility in the presence of Jesus and the saints. Yeah. Well, how very pious of him. There's other historical questions that we have, though, such as the existence of figures like Joan of Arc. Now, I remember when I was teaching medieval history, there was quite an argument amongst the professors. Nobody argued if Joan of Arc existed, of course, but the role that she actually played in turning the tide for the 100 Years' War with France against England. Was Joan of Arc a general, a commander for the French army?
No.
Or was she merely a standard bearer?
I don't know.
In all the depictions, she's always armed, which is quite fascinating, although you could make the argument that a standard bearer needs to be armed. You can't have the enemy capturing the standard. But it's yet another example of a woman taking a leadership role and being remembered by history. And there are many other examples.
Fake news, Trump is a whole limp wrist. Bro, no way. Trump is totally not gay, bro. Leave him alone. He just likes to he gets handsy with his friends a little bit. And mouthy with them. He gets really mouthy with them and their penis. But he's not gay, dude. Leave him alone. He's got a hot-ass wife. Haven't you seen the White House's fucking TikTok account since the news broke? Bro, they were blasting people with videos of him and Melania. It was so funny. Yeah, I like One Piece. I'm on, like, episode 15 out of 1,000,000, so wish me luck.
Irene, Elizabeth, and the names go on and on. it seems to run counter to what our understanding was of the stated historical role of women in history. And so it creates a lot of questions. I mean, what exactly is the role of these interesting hats that these individuals are wearing?
But I definitely fuck with the ethos of One Piece, I think.
And what is the truth behind the bubonic plague?
We are so missing the point with the gay thing. What do you mean? Trump is not gay. Stop calling him gay.
We're to understand that nearly half the population of Europe perished in a very short amount of time.
Oh, someone was saying, what do you think is going on in Mexico? Someone was saying that maybe it's like controlled Oppo agitators, but do you think it's real? Because they were showing a bunch of old people were holding One Piece flags. I'm never watching Akira. No, that's not true. I am going to. CatDad will never watch that show, Bunny says. Oh, you're saying it doesn't matter if he's gay. It's a humiliation ritual. They all do it. Yeah, I mean, I think that they're all just like bi. They're like, we got to tell them that they can't be bi. They all have to be straight, but we're going to buy it up. And I think that Trump probably, he just likes having fun, you know? He likes having fun. He knows he'll get a good laugh if he just gobbles Bill a little bit. But yeah, it is a humiliation ritual, and honestly, it's fun. Only because I know Trump is devastated. He's so freaking sad. All of them have blowed a superior skull in Boner's brother, for sure, to get into the club. Dude, Hillary and Donald literally were two fighting queens, bro, fighting over their man. Dude, we got to watch one of those debates one time with this knowledge. Hold on.
It's just awfully good that someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Because you'd be in jail.
I welcome you to the final of the 2016 presidential debates between Secretary of State Hillary Clinton and Donald J. Trump.
Come on, give us the
Well, I have much better judgment than she does. There's no question about that. I also have a much better temperament than she has. You know?
He owes our country an apology, and he needs to take responsibility for his actions and his words.
But when you talk about apology, I think the one that you should really be apologizing for are the 33,000 emails that you deleted.
These cyber attacks come from the highest levels of the Kremlin.
She has no idea whether it's Russia, China, or anybody else.
I am not quoting
she has
myself.
No idea.
I am.
Yeah.
Bro, can you imagine going back to you at this time and being like, don't worry, it's going to get so much crazier. Bro, just wait. This ain't shit. Just fucking wait. Can you imagine whispering that to yourself at this time?
Rather believe Vladimir Putin.
She doesn't like Putin because Putin has outsmarted her at every step of the way. Putin, from everything I see, has no respect for this person.
Well, that's because he'd rather have a puppet as president.
He almost called her a piggy.
No puppet.
What if, right?
Putin, from everything I see, has no respect for this person.
Well, that's because he'd rather have a puppet.
He was going for a piggy, I think.
As president of the United States.
No puppet.
And it's pretty clear.
You're the puppet.
It's after a year-long investigation. There is no evidence that anyone hacked the server I was using. and there is no evidence that any classified material ended up in the wrong hands.
For you to say that there was nothing wrong with you.
Oh, do you remember this guy? What was his name? Dude, they fucking embarrassed the shit out of this guy for no fucking reason. What was he into? Oh my god. Everyone was goofing on him because of his sweater, I think. And then he had like a 15 minutes of fame thing. And then it all came crashing down because people outed his Reddit account. And he was like way into like, what? Was he into like pregnancy porn or something? Or he would just comment on random people's pictures and just be like, nice mommy milkers. Grade A mommy milkers. He was just like boob obsessed. And they fucking clown this guy. Ken Bone. I forgot about Ken Bone. Bro, poor Ken Bone. Oh man. Dude, this was a legendary time to be alive. This was crazy.
Deleting 39,000 emails. Again, you should be ashamed of yourself.
It's just not true, and so please go
you didn't delete them?
Allow her to respond, please. Personal emails, not official.
33,000?
Not.
Please allow her to respond.
33,000. What did I just walk into? I forgot. Why did we get into this? Oh, we were just talking about how Donald Trump is Mr. Steelio Man. We're revisiting the Hillary and Trump debates, knowing now that they were both fighting over Bill Clinton, because I think it's obvious. I think it's obvious he's a scorned lover. He's jealous as fuck. This is so funny, dude. This was such a funny time to be alive. Oh, man.
She didn't talk while you talked.
Yes, that's true. I didn't. And I didn't in the first debate, and I'm going to try not to in this debate because I'd like to get to the questions.
And get off this question.
Broad-based, inclusive growth is what we need in America, not more advantages for people at the very top.
Mr. Trump,
typical politician, all talk, no action, sounds good, doesn't work, never going to happen. Our country is suffering because people like Secretary Clinton have made such bad decisions.
Donald has bought Chinese steel and aluminum. In fact, the Trump hotel right here in Las Vegas was made with Chinese steel.
If you say that I use steel or I use something
else.
Yeah,
and that's the other thing, dude. Like, maybe, I don't think that what he was saying was really, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think what he was saying was really that weird. It's unfortunate that I think what happened is that he didn't know about like a burner account. So I think he was gooning on his account that people like, you know, he did like an AMA and then everyone was like, yo, Ken Bone just be fucking gooning. And yeah, at the time they were like, I feel like that was right? Was it that they were trying to be like, oh, he's into pregnant people porn. But yeah, Landshark said, pregnant women are hot. Let people have their shit. And dude, it is crazy, yeah. Fuck yeah. Ken Bone, dude, free Ken Bone. Right? Wait, correct me if I'm wrong. He wasn't into like kid shit, right? I'm not misremembering this, right? That is what happened? Yeah, he was just into fucking pregnant ladies. So? Poor Ken. I hope he got married and he had a freaking pregnant wife that was also into him. Ken Bone didn't deserve that. Ken Boner.
Make it impossible for me to do that. She's been doing this for 30 years.
Let Ken Bone goon.
Why the hell didn't you do it over the last 15, 20 years? You were very much involved. Excuse me, my turn. The problem is you talk, but you don't get anything done.
I kind of assumed that there would be a lot of these charges and claims. And so
Facts.
we have.
Go to her website. She tells you how to fight ISIS on her website. I don't think General Douglas MacArthur would like that too much.
The next segment, we're continuing
Well,
the
at
subject
least
of
I have a plan to fight ISIS.
No, you're telling the enemy everything you want to do.
No, we're not.
See, you're telling the enemy everything you want to do.
Dude, Trump was so fucking on point in 2016 or 2015, whenever this was. Dude, Trump was a different boy back then. He was a dog. Now he's a fucking washed up loser, man. He lost all of his spice. He's got nothing, bro.
No wonder you've been fighting. No wonder you've been fighting ISIS your entire adult life.
I have put forth a plan to defeat ISIS. It does involve going after them online.
Bro, this guy, this is a straight man. Come on.
I think we need to do much more with our tech companies to Social Security payroll contribution will go up, as will Donald's, assuming he can't figure out how to get out of it. The
Such
Social
a
Security
nasty
Trust
woman.
Fund. Donald supported the
Such a nasty woman.
invasion of Iraq.
Wrong.
That is absolutely
Wrong.
proved over and over again.
Wrong.
What makes your
I did not support.
Yeah. H has a pregnant wife, and he said it's hot as fuck. She's glorious. So, free Ken Bone. I can't believe they kink shamed the fuck out of Ken Bone. I think he said some funny ass shit too. I don't even think he was being creepy. I think he said, I feel like there was a comment that he made that was like seared into my brain for a while about like, you look like a beautiful dolphin or something. And it was so funny. And I don't even think he was being weird or mean. I could be I hope I'm not misremembering this wrong, but I feel like there was a vivid memory where I was like, oh, Ken Bone kind of got robbed. He wasn't even being a creep. There's so many other weirder guys, but maybe I'm misremembering. So don't hold me to that, okay? If he's a freak, I don't condone that.
Iraq.
2002.
That is a mainstream media nonsense put out by her because she, frankly, I think the best person in her campaign is mainstream media.
Everything he just said is absolutely false, but I'm not surprised. Really? It's just awfully good that someone...
Dude, Trump's talking over her and just being a hashtag rapper over her shit. Oh, really? It's so good.
With the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Because you'd be in jail.
Secretary Clinton.
What will you do to bring the costs down and make coverage better?
That first one goes to Secretary Clinton because you started out the last one to the audience.
He wants to start. He can start. No, go ahead, Donald.
No, I'm a gentleman, Hillary. Go ahead. Now, in all fairness to Secretary Clinton.
No, I'm a gentleman, Hillary. Go on. Go ahead.
Yes.
These debates were fucking epic.
Is that okay? Good. I want you to be very happy. It's very important to me.
He says
we
would have gained
now,
if they did it by
Secretary, please let Mr. Trump speak.
He's unfit, and he proves it every time
You
he
are
talks.
the one that's unfit. You know, WikiLeaks just actually came out. John Podesta said some horrible things about you, and boy, was he right.
Damn, Mr. B said, hell yeah, H, same. She's a glowing goddess of creation in the middle of the divine manifestation of life. Hell, fuck yeah, dude.
I have a feeling that by the end of this evening, I'm going to be blamed for everything that's ever happened.
Why not?
Why not?
If you become president, this country is going to be in some mess, believe me.
I prepared to be president, and I think that's a good thing.
Excuse me. My turn.
My turn. The Daily Wire. Let's fucking go, boys.
Okay.
So the last presidential election cycle, the one that gave
This is called Whatever Happened to Ken Bone.
Donald Trump was one of the more vicious cycles in recent memory, and especially in my lifetime at least. Like, I saw the one that had Obama in it.
It's okay to torture people.
That one had a pretty good bit of savagery in it, but nothing like the social justice warrior alt-right battle that became the 20...
Yeah, Trump and Hillary were like besties before the fake, election.
15 and 16 campaign season between these two.
I know, knowing everything is a script, it is funny looking back at this. I mean, dude, I just look at these motherfuckers as actors at this point. They really are kind of.
It is, it's just awfully good that someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Because you'd be in jail.
Secretary Clinton.
And by the time it got to the last few months of the election season, people on both ends were just so fucking worn out. They just wanted to see it come to a close. I introduced this stressful political cycle that was the 2016-17 elections for president because the guy we're talking about in this Whatever Happened To video, well, he was sort of spawned from this. In October of 2016, by this point, the two parties had already nominated their candidate, the Democrats with Hillary and the Republicans with Trump. It was the night of the second presidential debate. This was held in St. Louis, Missouri at Washington University. And this specific event was targeted for independent voters who had yet to decide which end of the political spectrum they were going to be throwing their ballot towards. So because of the focus on independence, the moderator selected a group of individuals to ask questions to the candidates. And these people were independent.
Dude, they fucking goofed him on SNL. Do you think this was all a setup, maybe? What would this... I forget what his question was. Because he was like goofed on SNL. I forget. What did he... Did he even ask a weird question? Or was it everyone just making fun of him because he's like right there?
They wrote their own questions, and these questions weren't prefaced or proofread. They were able to make up any question they wanted to. So after a bout of mudslinging and shit tossing from both sides between Hillary and Trump, we get to the end of the debate where Anderson Cooper asked one of the picked guests to ask a question to the candidates. And this guest that was chosen to ask his question was the legendary man, cherished.
Yeah, Bear Addict. I'm starting to think, or Beard Addict. I'm starting to think that literally everything is like, we don't see it. It doesn't hit TV unless it's scripted, bro.
To this day, known as Kenneth Bone, aka Ken Bone. Now, Ken Bone's question wasn't anything to knock your socks off. I mean, here's the clip of him asking the question.
We have one more question from Ken Bone about energy policy. Ken?
What steps will your energy policy take to meet our energy needs while at the same time remaining environmentally friendly and minimizing job loss for fossil power plant workers?
Mr. Trump, 2 minutes.
Absolutely. I think it's such a great question.
It's not the...
They literally just goofing on Ken Bone. He didn't even ask a dumb question.
The question itself that got people enamored about Ken Bone, it was his overall appearance. I mean, this red sweater, the pedo mustache, the chubbiness, he's just a cute guy. And then you have the obviously hilarious suggestiveness to his name. I mean, Ken Bone. This guy is asking just to be placed in a porno. So overnight...
Oh, that's right. It was the name. They gave him the full name.
This dude pretty much became an instant celebrity. People were so tired.
Dude, Ken Bone looks like if Carl from Jimmy Neutron grew up.
Of the viciousness involved with politics, Ken Bone just came in and gave everybody, a reason to laugh again. Like, this guy was the most adored man in the country for the next week. In addition to the clip of Ken Bone asking his question to the two candidates, you had some other clips that just made him even more legendary, like him using this disposable camera from 2003
right.
to take a photo of the event, and then this other clip where he...
Bro, Ken Bone is a legend, and he touched the fucking pedophile Bill Clinton.
He shakes hands.
Bro, Bill was there. Oh, Trump was showing off for his fucking boyfriend.
With Bill Clinton. That just solidifies that you're a badass at this point.
Dude, Ken Bone ruled.
Boy, come on. So after taking a pic and buddying up with Bill Clinton, he steps out of the event to check his phone. It's rendered completely unusable because of the amount of Twitter followers he was getting, not even minutes of stepping out of the event.
I went from last night having 7 Twitter followers, 2 of which were my grandmother because she had to remake her account when she forgot her password, to now I have several hundred. I don't know why they care what I have to say, but I'm glad they're engaged in the political process.
he's even more awesome than ever. Just watching that clip. That number is more than 30,000 now, and the Ken Bone memes are everywhere.
As the event was airing live, you had people taking photos of their television screens, putting it on DVRs, and sharing pictures to Twitter of the Ken Boner himself. People thinking he was basically like the greatest thing to happen to American politics. Screw Trump and Hillary, we need Ken Bone for president. So after a 24-hour period, this guy had gained like 30,000 Twitter followers. The day following the debate, he was featured on Jimmy Kimmel, which Jimmy sort of chopped it up with him, asked him a couple of questions.
Did you know your fans are now calling themselves boneheads?
That's fantastic. I've been calling my family that for years.
Okay, good.
And Ken Bone reveals that he didn't plan on wearing the red sweater the whole time. It was only because the olive suit he had worn, well, he bent over and had a SpongeBob rip my pants moment and busted the seam in the ass crack of the pants. So he had to throw on the red sweater, just something that he had laying around in his car.
Boy, explain what happened with the red sweater. You originally weren't supposed to wear that, right?
No, it was going to be an olive-colored suit that I liked very much. My grandfather helped me pick it out a few years ago. And I thought, wow, Grandpa would be so proud if I wore this suit. But apparently I have gotten...
Yeah, why was there only like 16 people at that debate, right?
somewhat more fat since then. And when I got into my car...
Bill Clinton looks like his skin is being vacuumed from inside of him.
I split the seat out of my pants and destroyed my olive suit, and I had to do an emergency wardrobe change.
If the Smithsonian asks, will you give that sweater to them?
I mean, give is a strong word, Jimmy, but I guess we can idea.
We were this close to not having the red sweater on Ken Bone, and I don't know if he would have had the same impact without it. Along with being featured on Jimmy Kimmel, he was featured on numerous online blogs and even some mainstream press, and he also got talked about on The Daily Show, not with Jon Stewart, with the other guy, which I don't particularly care for, but here's the clip.
Welcome to the Bone Zone. That is the first time Bone Zone has not sounded creepy at all. Now you call it, come on kids, time to play in the Bone Zone. Yay! I love Ken Bone. I love this guy so much.
So the name Ken Bone is perfect for a porn star, right? Well, it wasn't long after his appearance in the debate that he was offered a porn contract by a website called camsoda.com. You know, they offered him this $100,000 contract to appear on his website, and it's not explicitly stated what he'd be doing on there, but I guess he'd be busting some cheeks or something. But it seemed like the nation and the whole world had just become enamored with this charming, chubby little dude with the pedo stash. Well, that wouldn't last for long. It's the internet, and it doesn't take too long for someone to try to expose and destroy you. That's just the way it goes on here, man. And disaster struck whenever Ken Bone did an AMA on Reddit without using a throwaway account. He used this
immaculate memory.
long-standing account known as Stan Gibson 18, where he answered a bunch of questions, but it wouldn't take long for social justice warriors and just complete assholes to go in his Reddit history and find some things that could be taken out of context to make him look like a scumbag. Ken Bone has some history on his
He's just a little, he's gooning a little, dude. He doesn't know about a fucking burner account, bro. Come on. Let Ken Bone goon. Free Ken Bone.
Reddit of him commenting on posts about Trayvon Martin and putting in his 2 cents, saying that it's an unfortunate scenario, but at the end of the day, Trayvon Martin was at the wrong place at the wrong time. And another comment where he said he did enjoy the leaked photos of Jennifer Lawrence during the 2013 fappening. I mean, I'm pretty sure we all did. But social justice warrior blogs around the internet like Gizmodo, they started making these hit pieces where they would take quotes from his Reddit history, they would take it out of context and flip it into these hit pieces. So within a day, it's like everyone on the internet loves you, and now everyone on the internet thinks you're a piece of shit and wants to cut your damn dick off. And people were really taking these hit pieces to heart. I mean, Ken Bone had offered his sweater up for auction, and he was going to donate all of the proceeds to a local homeless shelter. I mean, he had a bidder that was willing to donate $10,000 for this sweater. But after the fact that these hit piece articles came out, the bidder withdrew their bid and didn't.
Why did they do this to the Bone Zone, dude? This isn't right.
Give him the $10,000.
Let Ken Bone goon.
$1,000 for the sweater. So basically, homeless people got fucked over because of Gizmodo. You guys can go suck a fatty. But fortunately for Ken Bone, he would be saved with the intervention of H3H3's very own Ethan Klein. You see, Ethan Klein was really...
That's right. That's why I know about it.
...into saving these victims of social justice warrior attacks at the time. Take, for example, Humongous. H3H3 made a video defending Ken Bone where he sort of exposed these articles for taking his Reddit history out of context and creating hit pieces about him.
People are doing hit jobs on this sweet guy, dude. As Ken Bone enjoys his 15 minutes, social justice warriors sift through his Reddit history in an attempt to ruin his life. If you think that's an exaggeration, I assure you it's not. Listen to this excerpt here that literally had my bone blood boiling. The article said this. Ken Bone said in reply to a woman who had been raped by her partner, rather than supporting her, had called her disgusting. Okay, this is what this article wrote about this sweet fucking guy here. Let me read you what he actually said to this rape victim. He says, and I quote you, "Nothing that happens to you can make you disgusting. You are no less valuable for having suffered at the hands of a monster. Actions make a person disgusting. Your attacker is disgusting, as in the thought of such an awful person disgusts me. Our words can make us disgusting. Your ex is disgusting. Blaming a victim or assigning a woman value based on how used she is will and never be anything but disgusting. Your value has not changed due to his words or any assault you have endured. You are still valuable." End fucking quote.
And at the time, the influence that H3H3 had was massive. Anything that he said online was taken as fact. So within one video, Ken Bone's reputation was pretty much saved. And about a week later, on October 27th, Ethan invited Ken Bone to join the H3H3 show, where he did an interview with him, and it was all candid and fun, and just here's some clips from it.
He loves whammon. He loves pregnant whammon. He loves all whammon.
Okay, can you just test your sound for me really fast? Just gonna test all the equipment here.
I'm screwing with you. Test.
I think that's the perfect way to start this. Is that
Bro, Ken Bone's a funny little guy.
your real last name?
That is my real last name. My grandfather's name was also Ken Bone. His father's name was Bentley. His older brother's name was Oral.
Oral Bone and Bentley Bone?
Oh, they had it a little worse than I did.
Oral Bone, no!
I swear to you.
This is the bone. The bone stash stops at the fat roll, right?
Yeah, like right at the chub crease right here, I think.
Chub crease.
But yeah, I mean, Ethan pretty much saved him from whatever bit of negativity was getting at Ken Bone. I mean, after this, the sweater bidder put the $10K back, and he was able to auction off the original red Ken Bone sweater for $10,000, which he did give to the local homeless shelter. And after H3H3 sort of swooped in and saved Ken Bone, he kind of just fell back into irrelevancy, as a lot of these internet overnight stars do. I mean, he did have a few moments of relevancy in the future, which I will cover briefly here. About a year after the debate appearance, he was invited to join Bill Maher for an interview. Bill Maher being a classical liberal commentator on television. I kind of like the guy. He has some pretty good opinions, but he is notable for really disliking Donald Trump. Bill Maher considered Ken Bone to be
This video is also from 7 years ago.
a gettable voter, like what a voter who uses logic and considers all angles to be. Here's some clips from that interview, which you can check out. I would suggest watching this interview in its entirety.
You became sort of emblematic as the independent voter. You were at that famous debate, and it was all independents who hadn't made up their mind. And to me, you're a gettable voter. Are you going to reveal who you did vote for?
No, I'm waiting for my book deal to come through.
Ken Bone's, you gotta be a funny motherfucker if your name's Ken Bone.
Is that true?
No, not at all.
And the last thing Ken Bone was really relevant for or involved in is actually pretty interesting. So earlier this year, back in April, Ken Bone had posted this photo replying to one of the Parkland shooter survivors on Twitter. The person who posted the original tweet was Kyle Khrushchev, who was one of the survivors from the Parkland shooting, which was a school shooting that happened in Parkland, Florida, which resulted in the deaths of 17 students. Kyle Khrushchev was having a back and forth with someone on Twitter about gun safety and gun laws, Kyle Khrushchev being a strong advocate for the Second Amendment and one who believes that, you know, the government shouldn't regulate guns, like we should have guns in schools and stuff like that to protect the students. Ken Bone responded to Kyle Khrushchev's tweet with a tweet of his own that had a photo of him with his son at a gun range, teaching his son how to shoot. He added this caption to the photo: "Here's a pic of my son learning to shoot safely under my supervision. Maybe those security guys wanted to talk to him." So yeah, Ken Bone popped in to just give his 2 cents on the gun situation. It seems like Ken Bone is someone who advocates for safe firearm use. He doesn't want the guns to be gone, but with safety, you know, it's okay to have them around. Well, a few days later, Ken Bone reposted the photo with this caption: "Remember this photo from a few days ago? Well, a school administrator saw it, and now my son is suspended from school pending a police investigation." So because of the photo that Ken Bone had posted, he basically got his kid suspended from school. Here's a local news report of this situation, and I'll play the whole thing in its entirety because it gives you a better idea of what this was all about.
Wait,
I shared a photo on social media.
he wasn't threatened. Wait. Wasn't he just saying that the kids are more capable than the police? But what they said, we're saying that Ken Bone's son's gonna shoot the police. The security guy.
Of me and him at the gun range. I was teaching him how to shoot.
Him, as in his 14-year-old son, now suspended from the St. Clair, Illinois Regional Office Safe School.
One of the school administrators saw that, and I got
the Regional Office Safe School. What the fuck was that place called?
I called it saying that my son couldn't come back to school until the police investigated.
Bone says he shared the 2-year-old picture out of sheer innocence, showing his support for Kyle Kashuff, a Marjorie Stoneman Douglas student who does not support gun control. He recently tweeted a photo of him at a shooting range and said school security officials questioned him about the picture.
Kyle Kashuff, one of the survivors from the Parkland massacre, was having trouble with security at his school. He had tweeted some pictures of himself with his father at the gun range, and I wanted to show my support for him, so I tweeted basically the same photo with me and my son.
School officials in Illinois didn't take that lightly.
She said that the caption where I had said the security officers should talk to my son, she said that was threatening.
Bone's son has been in trouble before.
He took a pocket knife with him to school, and he said he didn't mean to. It was zipped up in his binder, but still, there were consequences from that. He got expelled from his old school, which is why he goes to the St. Clair ROE Safe School now.
The suspension was lifted Friday, and Bone's son will be allowed to return to school on Monday. Bone hopes his son has learned a lesson.
Definitely be responsible with what you put on.
Yeah, dude, we need Ken Bone's son's name. What did he do to his son? You know he had to continue the tradition of giving him a fucked up name. What would be a funny ass Ken Bone's son name?
On social media, it stays around forever. There's no such thing as deleting anything, and be really careful with your words.
So it's hard to really say if Ken Bone is withholding information here about his son. Like, his son may have had questionable behavioral problems at school, and maybe this was like the straw that broke the camel's back, and perhaps that's why he was suspended. But since this has happened, he is back in school, so it is what it is. But outside of all that stuff, Ken Bone is pretty much just back into irrelevancy. He pops in with a tweet here and there. He's got his own podcast. If you really want to kind of get to know Ken a little more, you can look up The Bone Zone on YouTube. That's his podcast. It's pretty much dead, but hey, check it out if you like the guy. So that's pretty much the full Ken Bone story, and I hope I let you know what happened to him after the fame and all.
We love The Bone Zone. Let's finish up with the frickin' John Levi. We gotta get through the catalog.
What is rich? Is it to be able to have whatever you want, perhaps? I once asked my mother to buy me something, and she said, "Oh, you have such expensive taste. You're gonna need to be rich." And I was suddenly horrified. Maybe it was the idea that I would have to be anything. I don't think she meant it this way. I think that's the problem with people and communication. We should stop and ask the people, what do you mean with this statement? But I didn't. I just thought how horrible. I'll have to be rich. And in a strange way, I had a flash of enlightenment. I realized if I need nothing, then I will not need to be anything. I can just be whatever I am. I thank you for being here this week. I love you all. God bless and welcome. It's kind of late in the evening. The theme of this winter has been a hot stove and the door open, no matter what the temperature. That's how I like it. Fresh air blending with a good heat. It's been a mild winter. I think we'll have one last hoorah. There's an expression where I live, the old timers, in like a lamb, out like a lion, and that's definitely this year. So I was watching a
William Bone. Bill Bone. Richard Bone. Yeah, he named his kid Richard. Dick Bone.
YouTube video. Well, I haven't watched it all. I thought we would have a look together. This channel went and did some boots on the ground in Detroit, and this thing was an apartment building with a name. I showed you in a past video my old apartment complex in Salt Lake City, and it was called the Bigelow. This thing is called the Loretto. Almost 20,000 square feet, a little castle, built in 1928 and abandoned since 2000. 2007, just sitting in limbo. A lot of these buildings, similar with Salt Lake City, it's like their dream is to build condos everywhere, just borging the people out. And people really are the Borg today. I mean, it's amazing how in 15 years they've turned the people into the Borg. Old Gene was a true visionary. Vision that there would be a people just assimilate pure consumption and mindless, essentially becoming technology, like a hybrid. And I don't know what you needed, going back to what we need before technology. I mean, before computers and computer phones, now everything revolves around the computer. We're a strange society. I mean, you can see why the modern cube condo is the designated house. It's like a feedlot. You just want it to be exactly what it needs to be. I mean, I don't. I would want to give my livestock as much as I could give them. But everybody runs the farm differently. This is a building in 1928. Who was running the farm? Now, of course, I think this building is older than 1928. And proof that it's out of place, out of time, is the fact that it's sitting abandoned, really not knowing what to do with it. It's just a big problem for the current paradigm in a culture that really doesn't value art like it used to. And this is wasteful in the modern paradigm. But for some reason, people are not flocking to Detroit the way they are Salt Lake City, and we have a lot of preservation here. And what do they say about this building?
What the frick?
Here on historicdetroit.org, the Loretto apartment building is located in the Dexter Linwood neighborhood. The building is a stunning combination of Art Deco, Spanish Revival, and Moorish styles. Okay, just throwing everything at it. It was designed by the firm Weed, Mayer, and Gay. Can I say that? Sadly, the neighborhood, once strong Jewish and gay combination of Art Deco, Spanish Revival.
Dude, John Levi is so fucking funny.
And Moorish styles. Okay, just throwing everything at it. It was designed by the firm Weed, Mayer, and Gay. Can I say that? Sadly, the neighborhood, once strong Jewish and gay, has declined over the years. It's currently owned by the Detroit Land Bank Authority, really in limbo. And here's an old picture they offer. I hope this isn't it. And a look at some of the brickwork. Very complex, super skilled, not seeming like an apartment building. Why? Really having these cathedral elements. It seems like there may have been a window here, and now they've put a board in its place. Reminds me of most of the Mormon churches, and even the Mormon temple has a big board on it where a window should be. I'll try to flash a picture of that. Here again, this looks like modern brickwork and a cheap modern window frame and a board. And here again, we can see the era, clear signs of these master brick masons. And pretty much any city in America will have buildings like this. And this is actually one of my favorite trees. Call it the jungle tree. And really interesting, this clay tile, something I'm used to seeing in Arizona in the Southwest. And a little look at the inside in really rough shape. And really you can't tell, but it's really massive. And we'll have another quick look at this guy's video. And he shows us some other apartment buildings with these Moorish flares. This one looking very castle-like. But were they simply apartments of the old world? Or were they more like factories? Or have a completely different function? Be more of a machine and not have all these glass windows, but rather these being ventilation, helping to cool the machine. Now clearly with cathedrals, this may be the case. We can often see at the top of cathedrals venting port, and even many domed buildings having having an open section at the top. Okay, part 2. What are we looking at here? What is this? Again, completely Borg-like, scarring the earth. What reason? Mining? Farming? Honestly, I don't even know where we are. Where are we? Where in the hell are we? I mean, this is like Peruvian stuff going on here. Just out of control. I'll put a pin here. Oops, that was supposed to be a question mark. But anyway, where are we and what is all of this? This is just stupid. This should be alarming. And nothing is alarming anymore. They can fly drones all over. Fires can burn neighborhoods by the ocean. White women can run for office as black, and men can claim to be women, or vice versa. And maybe that's just fine if it would apply across the board. If people would be free in all regards. Free to say whatever they want. Absolute freedom.
Oh shit, John Levi.
I'm totally down with that. Somebody once called into the Art Bell show and said he identified
little transphobia. Oh no.
As a horse. Talked about his experience as a horse, and I was okay with that. I mean, I would explore this concept in all directions. I like the idea of identifying as nothing. After all, everything is disposable. Everything has a shelf life, except the consciousness flows through everything. The consciousness that can be aware of the disposable nature. The consciousness is like a shapeshifter, but the shape begins to take on its own consciousness. And there you have an internal battle. So are we free to think, am I free to state that this is not modern, but rather something left over from a past civilization? I don't know. And somebody has surveyed all of this. Unbelievable surveying job. Either this is the foundation for a city, or was once a city.
It got
now
scraped,
completely cooked out. We can see the major interstates and the smaller roads. Corner points would be used as airports. There's just too much out here. There's no need for all of this. And if you recall, along major interstates, there's usually these points where water dumps in. In Salt Lake, you have such a point at about 400 west and 2100 south. Let me show you real quick. So right down here, where these highways intersect, I-80 and I-15, this is called the Spaghetti Bowl. And basically all of these ramps made to carry vehicles also act as water slides when it rains or snows. All of this water has to go somewhere. It can't just dump onto the train tracks here or into the Home Depot. No, it's part of the engineering of these roads. Massive undertaking. These roads span hundreds of feet in the air on giant concrete and steel pillars. But I digress. Here is what I'm talking about. Giant ponds to collect the water. Now let's go back to our spot, and I still haven't told you where we are, and we see such a thing. A pond and this grid that just goes on and on. And as most of you know, I live in oil field country and farming, and these aren't oil field roads. These are much better than oil field road. They're perfect. And we see at the intersecting points a lot of these water features and what looks like the footprint of buildings now obliterated and overgrown. Maybe only 150 years of growth, and yet the roads still prevail. So where are we? Maybe somebody knows. We are in, or just out of, Ranchitos Las Lomas. And what does this have in common with the rest of this video? This is just out of a little town called Loreto. And Loreto is the building that we started off this video with. So let's have a little look at something else. This is a picture of the cats that I've been feeding on the river. The kittens are about 9 weeks old now. There's 1 and 2, and their mom is right here. I'm currently in trouble I don't know if you'd call it that, but the county is threatening something if I don't do something. I built my house without a permit, but you're allowed to build a structure under 200 square feet with no permit. And even though my newest house is bigger than 200 square feet, it technically is two structures with independent structural integrity. I mean, it's essentially two small buildings pieced together. And I think that's their fear. If you built too large and didn't know what you were doing, your roof could collapse. But again, I knew the code, and everything I've done has pretty much been within the code. My first house was just a camp trailer, and then I built a 10 by 10 on one side of it, and then a 16 by 8 on the other side. My chicken coop is essentially 8 by 8, and just to appease them, and I feel to be honorable, I submitted an application for a building permit.
Bro, this
and
is
essentially
wild.
We'll have to
This is a cool drive right here, dog.
find some kind of middle ground. I think they wanted to comply as a residence so they can increase my taxes. And that's fine. It will be a peace of mind to have it behind me and legitimize the structure, but it has occupied more time than I would have liked to devote. I mean, after all, I'm just wanting to live on my land in peace. Nothing fancy. I think it is my rights, all of ours. Now, if I want to sell it as a house, then I think it should conform, but I can't do that. I don't have an address. It doesn't have a certificate of occupancy, so it couldn't be sold as a house.
What the
only
fuck,
as land.
dude?
I think that should be adequate, but it is my fault. I went through a process to subdivide 1 acre off of my property, and it appears that that has been approved, and it also appears that I've drawn attention by doing this, and that's okay. Again, like I said, it will be nice to legitimize this little cabin, and I also plan on selling this acre. I'm allowed to subdivide 1 acre per year, and the first one is pretty much ready. They sent me 2 letters. One said the subdivision has been approved, and then I opened the second letter, and it said contact the building authority immediately, and I've done that. It's funny how hard they make it. It's no wonder there's so much homelessness. The old me would feel like I'm in danger of becoming homeless, but for some reason, I'm not. For some reason, I believe that we're all living in a dream, and we all control this dream, for better or for worse. In fact, I think we have created our hardships to help wake us up, become conscious in the dream. This gray cat is called Teddy Bear. I call her Ted, and this one is called Leela. Leela Canyon. I just call her Lee. Lee and Ted. So let's go back to Mexico. What is all of this? Who would do this? It amazes me that we don't even know what's going on. I mean, I've looked at a lot, Google anomalies, and this is next level. I mean, just everything, every piece of land has been scarred in this way. Would anybody say that this is normal? This has a similar pattern that we see in Paris.
What the fuck's going on here, dog?
It's just perfect. These look like foundations where giant hive-like building complexes would have been. And who do you
How'd they get rid of everything? They scraped it off the map,
turn
bro.
to? Who is the authority on such things? Who would you ask? Patterns within patterns. And again, all around this city. And the city is massive in its own right. Super dense. Going back to codes, it looks like they have 0 setbacks. I mean, you can build a house right up to the next one. Here's a great example. Super shanty style hair. I mean, do you even have to buy a lot here? But anyway, on this perfect circuit board, and it's everything just built on top of the old over and over again. So many clues, and yet most people are uninterested, even if shown. And this town is right on the border of Mexico and Texas. So what's interesting is that we can actually explore these. Any of you living in Texas, this is in your backyard. Pretty awesome. Pretty unbelievable. So I guess that's it for tonight. I hope you've enjoyed today's exploration. I thank you for joining me. Do have a blessed day. God bless, and I love you all.
Alright, boys. It's that time again. And again, we have stream Sunday. I'm not doing yoga stream this Saturday. So I'll see you on Sunday. I'll see you on Monday. And then I'll see you the following Monday. Okay? Taking off Monday to Monday. Well, I'm taking off Tuesday to Sunday. So it'll be Monday show, then a Monday show. Possibly a yoga, but maybe not. We'll see when I'm home. Just reminding everyone. But thanks for hanging. Hope you guys have a good freaking weekend. We'll hunt down Panda. We'll find him. We'll find the boy. And I think I'm going to refresh the feral kitties outdoor homes. No, next stream is Sunday. And then we're doing stream Monday. And then after that, the next stream will be the following Monday. I'm going home for Thanksgiving, so I'm going to take a little time. Chill with my fam. Know what I'm saying? Alright, boys. Breathe in. And out. Breathe in. And breathe out. Breathe in. And out. The Cosmic Weaving, a meditation for remembering our place. Close your eyes and breathe in, and feel that breath ripple out beyond your lungs. Not just air, but light, history, and memory rides in on that breath. You are not just breathing now. You are breathing then and always. Brother, you are not just a person. You are a knot in the cosmic tapestry. A loop of yarn in the infinite knit of the all. The stars above, just your cousins, burning with the same fire. The dirt below, just your ancestor waiting to remind you. There is no separation. There is only thread. Let's fucking go, dude. Gaia spins the wheel, the sun sends the fiber, and you are the loom. Each breath, each step, each feeling weaves a new pattern in the shared field. Your emotions are dye, your memories are knots. Your love is the golden spiral stitched through it all. Now picture the heavens, not above you, but around you. Not distant, but within. The planets move like gears in a grand watch. You tick with them. You are a second hand on the cosmic clock. There are no accidents. You are not lost. You are placed deliberately, beautifully, lovingly. So root yourself now. Imagine mycelium from your feet, sinking into the old world, drinking from the wisdom of worms, of bones, of buried dreams. And as you exhale, let your awareness travel up, not to escape, but to bloom, like a mushroom fruiting from soil to sunlight, from shadow to shine. You are part of this. You are held. You are the cosmos, learning to feel itself again. Remember. Now, breathe. And return gently, glittering with stardust, threaded in the weave, whole. What we weave becomes. We love you, Aunt Deb. Stop being a weirdo, though. Okay? Okay, boys. We'll see you on Sunday. Y'all ready for this?
Till you lost, Paul, you can go back on this. Till you lost, Paul, you can't go back to Tim. On my mama, this is healing Paul's trauma. You got a gene spirit, been to
take him to Nirvana.
Stacking commas, it be up,
causing drama.
Not a drug, it's marijuana.
Cucks will say I got a problem. Take your loss, Paul.
You can't come back from this.
Good night, dudes. See you Sunday.
Till you lost, Paul. Bells showing all your little skin. Take your loss, Paul. You
Can't go back to Tim. Nope.
After yoga and my breath.
And the mushies.
Baby, if I'm lucky, then a
Couple try to screw me.
I'm not basketball player size, but I'm handsome. Maybe Mendez will wanna hold me for ransom. I don't have a bike, but I
Might take a jog.
Something light, loving life.
Chilling with my headphones on. I asked CatDad how much a ticket cost. I don't know.
Didn't answer, doesn't matter.
So I gave. What was his name?
This is healing Paul's trauma.
What was the one guy's name? Poe? I forget. You can't go back to Tim. And protect your chin.
Till you lost Paul, bells showing all your little skin. Take your lost Paul.
Good night, nitwitches. This is day, Paul, take a L. Yesterday, Paul, go to hell. If you see me in some blue jeans, lock me in a cell. Paul saw me in a blue jeans and on the couch chilling like JD Vance. If you really want a chance, Paul, now is your chance, Paul. You're the damn man, Paul. Let's have a damn standoff. It's not in your jeans, Paul. It's time to take your pants off. Bang! Metaphorical gun. You're in my sight, Paul. I got you in my sight. Bang! Metaphorical gun. Not a threat. Text me back though. Bang! Metaphorical. Take your loss, Paul. Goofy idiot. Good night, nitwitches. Alright, boys. Have a good night. We'll see you on frickin' Sunday, okay? Ta-ta. Have a good weekend. Bye. Later, Gator. I'm about to smash 2,500 tacos.